What's up?
What's going on, everybody?
Guys, hope you all are doing well. Another exciting day. We are down in the arena. The Shaw Classic Open is going down. The competitors are rocking and rolling. They did the dumbbell first. We got power stairs going right now. Brutal event for them. But they're all stepping up and bringing everything that they've got. So having a lot.
Hey Sam, thanks for the membership, dude. Have you seen Vince's last video title? Oh yeah, I saw that video. It's kind of a nothing burger. Nah, I didn't see the DNC live.
They're tough. All right, guys, so we're just clearing off the arena floor from the open competitors. Really is, I mean, amazing start today. So many great battles there, especially on the power stairs. Wow. So, keg tosses.
Times. Next to him, the smallest man in the group, other than myself, Lawrence Chalet, a European strongman champion, strongest man in England, and of course Terry Hollins needs no introduction. He has been at the World's Strongest Man Champions. He is a mainstay of that. So Brian, I will start with you. We are
All right, guys, in the commentary booth with the main man, Todd Harris, Mr. Lawrence Chalet, getting it done. The arena is looking awesome. So many good.
A big way, set a world record in that max height keg toss, and then we just saw him do it. The manhood stones 550 for 2 reps. But what's unbelievable,
Dodo Donny Tillers, these are among the worst kinds of people. These intersectionalist pro-Palestine people, I'm sure, aren't vegan. Bring the war home? What the fuck? These people are fucking deranged. Read their signs. The fuck? Stand with Palestine and reproductive rights and LGBTQIA. They're just so dumb. Well, that's some tarded shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Check Lenny's latest live stream. His mother is in hospice and he yells at the doctor only 11 minutes. Oh, God.
Okay, you can see it anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to go over a few things. Is my mother having everything possibly done so she can get better? I mean, as far as treatment? Or is my understanding a hospice just a place that people go basically to comfortably pass away?
So the doctor, those questions is for the doctor,
Okay.
okay?
Is that a doctor here on staff or is
The
that
doctor comes in the morning.
about what time?
She usually comes very early, like before 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as far as with your knowledge, is that typically the protocol to,
That's a question for the medical doctor. I'm a social worker.
right?
I don't deal with, I deal with
Interrupt, manager's on the line, she says she wants to speak to you.
who?
The manager,
Jennifer Manu?
the manager.
Okay.
I don't know which one, but she
Give
said
me a
she
minute.
needs to speak to you now.
Can I just get 1 second?
Yeah, sure. Hello, Maniacs. I just thought I'd put this on live just as a, maybe because some of your legal expertise, a lot of things going on here at hospice with my mother. Hello, Kaizen. Saw says, don't let him give you antidepressants. Thank you. We're at a 1,000-pound bench press. I'm just going to keep this on. She went out of the room. It's just a social worker, but there's some things going on with, from, what my mom's treatment is. And surprisingly, my brother, who is here and walked out of the room, some things that he's doing that it just, I don't like to hear. So I'm just going to keep this going and to have it documented because I know there's a lot of legal expertise in this maniac world. So Sauce says the Tate brothers donated 10 grand to Guru Amin. Yeah, I'm here for Guru Amin as well. I mean, that could very possibly well happen too, where we can put the truth out. That's right, Basil Wallace. That's what I thought. So, all right, here she comes.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Sorry for the-
No problem. But just in your personal experience, so have you seen patients able to come into hospice in this facility particularly and leave?
Well, hospice is, they leave, they go home. Sometimes patient goes home or they go to a nursing home.
Right.
But do you know what hospice means?
Not by definition. I never looked it up. I know when I worked at Delray Medical Center, they had a hospice
I
unit.
thought you looked familiar. I used to work there.
You really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You don't look familiar, but yeah, I was
So
employed there.
hospice means you have a medical condition that is not treatable, and you have 6 months or less to live. It doesn't mean you die within that 6 months. Sometimes people come off hospice.
Well, that's all basically I wanted to know.
Yeah, because it doesn't mean that you're gonna die within 6 months. You
Dodo Donatellers, remember when you couldn't do basic math yesterday? I remember too. I solved this in 20 seconds. Think outside the box. I bet you can get it. Oh, sorry, I bet you can't. I don't know. Okay, the instructions weren't clear. I thought you could only remove and not replace it somewhere else. Remove a matchstick from the 8 and add it to the 0 to make it 8. Zero plus 3, which would be 3, minus 4 would be -1. That doesn't make sense. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Can, but the philosophy.
Hey, I could die walking out this door. I get hit by lightning. I get in a car. I had a doctor tell me in November if I didn't take these meds that I'd be dead. You know what I told him? I said, look, this isn't a threat, but if I get my hands on you in 10 seconds, you could theoretically be dead. And that's not a threat. I said, you're not God. So I don't want anybody, please, my brother, my cousin, anybody telling her, a doctor telling her she's on her way out.
Well, we're not
Because I don't want to, no doctor's going to say that in front of my mother or myself. I'm not a doctor worshiper like some of these cookie cutters, you know. Best thing I ever did is stay away from them. I mean, I'll go there if I have an emergency, if I get my arm ripped off or get hit by a car on my...
Dodo don't tell us no, you move the wrong matchstick. Move the 1 to make 8 a 9, then 9 plus 3 minus 4 equals 8. Also, you skipped my other link. I think you meant cunt.
They also want to bring that point up here on the convention floor, and they want answers from Harris on Gaza, and we spoke to some of them yesterday.
We've got 30 uncommitted delegates that are representing over 740,000 uncommitted voters nationwide who voted uncommitted as a pro-peace, anti-war vote in the Democratic primary.
This is a meeting of uncommitted Democratic delegates here in Chicago on the eve of the Democratic National Convention.
That it's not sustainable for our own government to fund the mass killing of civilians.
Folks become delegates at their state party, and then they come to the national convention, and they're either committed to the candidate, to one of the candidates, or not. In our case, we're not committed because we haven't heard what we've wanted to hear. We're looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a strong commitment on a ceasefire. We're looking for an arms embargo for us to stop sending weapons that are contributing to the genocide there.
I represent some of the over 101,000 voters in Michigan who voted uncommitted as a pro-peace, anti-war vote.
Nobody wants to see Trump in November. We are a very anti-fascist movement. We are actually doing what we can to save the Democratic Party by saying, listen, VP Harris, there is a key base of over 730,000 anti-war voters who are telling you that we want to see you turn the page on Gaza policy and save Palestinian lives.
What do you want to hear from Harris in Chicago this week?
I want to hear from Vice President Harris how it is that she's going to turn a new page on Gaza policy from the destructive and disastrous policy of the last 10 months to one that saves lives.
You got to meet Harris briefly.
Gay fucking cowardly pussies. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
My bike, but I'm not a doctor worshiper.
Do you think Lenny is a little crazy? Yeah, he clearly is.
And I don't want that going on with my mother. It seems like yesterday when I spoke to her, she was coherent, which I was glad. And I was told that once the infection went away with her antibiotics, that she would be more level-headed. But now, apparently, my brother spoke to her last night after me, because my mother was talking about driving and coming home. And I sort of, figured driving's out of the question because of her eyesight. Mm-hmm. But now she's convinced, I'm on my way out and this and that, buy me some Oreo cookies. And I told her, at the house I was feeding her, I says, no, that processed garbage. And she says, well, I'm on my way out. And I said, who said? You know, and I heard my cousin say it. I don't want to hear that. I want positivity. I don't want to hear that.
I don't know who said it, but what?
I don't think there's any staff here, but a doctor just relay the message. I don't want to tell her that. Then they say, well, realistically, I could too. You know, I'm in chronic heart failure, diabetes, but I think positive.
Right.
So I would just simply appreciate it if that's not said around her.
Okay.
And I didn't mean to come in there and get on.
Well, there you go. That probably explains the stomach. He said he is in need of a liver transplant. He's actually on a transplant waiting list. He's also got heart failure and diabetes, so that would probably explain the insanely bloated stomach. Did you poop water from your lettuce? No, there's like these weird, gross lettuce pieces that I just picked out that I'm not going to eat. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
You support Hamas?
Every Palestinian support Hamas, not just me. Every Palestinian support Hamas.
You support October 7th?
Who?
October 7th.
October 7th? Yes, I do. What's wrong with October 7th? You tell me.
Women and children.
What?
It's a murder.
What is this bull?
Why are they allowed to live here?
How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had today?
GNC. I'm getting paid by George Soros to have an abortion on the stage with no drugs.
Which way are you going? Which way are you going?
What do you mean, which way?
Which type of abortion?
What kind of abortions are there, Jack?
There's pills, there's tools, there's a number of ways.
So it's going to be on stage. So a normal person would think that they would use tools, right? And vacuum it out and do all of that. Like if I took a pill that takes several days and nothing happens, you won't see anything. So you should probably like study how female anatomy works. And
how many abortions have you had?
Okay. Wow. Gotta see that again. Wow. That's a good baby.
Have you ever wondered why cars don't have dimples like golf balls? I mean, since dimples were added to golf balls because they significantly improved its aerodynamics by reducing drag and helped the ball fly farther, wouldn't it make sense that they could also increase a car's fuel efficiency? To test if the same effect would apply to a car, the Mythbusters team covered a car in clay and added dimples all over it. Surprisingly, the dimpled car showed an 11% improvement in fuel efficiency. But despite this improvement, car manufacturers don't use dimples because they think it would make the car look ugly. Have you ever wondered why cars
I saw that episode. It's pretty interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get into my brother in there, but you know, that other stuff I'm going to have to deal with him, the personal stuff. I don't like what I'm hearing at all.
So who told her that she was at the end of life? The doctor?
Maybe.
So
I suspect my brother, because he spoke to her last night.
Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay, so
The cancer doctor, whatever.
The what? Oh, the doctor. Oh. So maybe he has a conversation.
The one with the hook nose.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. He's just.
I don't know the doctors from those hospitals.
Yeah.
Our unit is different from the hospital.
Right.
Right.
So basically, just want to get across, and if please just try to keep her optimistic, alive. And you know, if she said she had a bed sore and she wanted to get up and walk, well, is that against regulations? Because she gets a nice patio out there with a nice chair. Maybe she can get up and walk a little bit. Is that possible?
I could ask the nurse to see what she can do, but here it's not a place where they get up and walk around. Here is for people that are actively dying, this place. It doesn't mean that she's dying this minute, but it's
Dodo Donate Tellers, you know what's crazy? The Incredibles were in my dream 2 days ago. I was going to tell you, but decided not to, but now look. Coincidence?
To warn you, it's a learning robot. Every moment you spend fighting it only increases its knowledge of how to beat you.
Shut it down, do it quickly, don't destroy it.
And don't die.
Great.
You look better on IG. No.
Yo, Speed just went full political on Twitter. It's actually insane. This man's talking about Zionism and everything, which is very important for the culture. So let's see. How did this all start?
Your followers are killing me.
Wow.
They're calling me Zionist.
A Zionist?
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
I was born in Israel. Well, no, I was born there, but I go home, and they're upset with it.
What?
Zionist is someone that believes that Israel has a right to exist. So now your followers.
Yo, it's crazy that Speed doesn't even know what the word means, bro. And I'm not gonna act like I knew what Zionist meant either, okay? Like when we look at the def, because Speed back in the day, things that they go for Speed, and this gets like crazier because he actually, this was.
I was wondering if you have any Jewish genes, and on a scale of 1 to 10, how Jewish do you feel?
I don't know if I have any Jewish genes. Probably not. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how Jewish do I feel? Maybe like a 2.7. Thanks for the donation. I actually have a big nose IRL. This guy's channel sucks. Dude.
Thanks.
All right. Peace out, Emma.
So she asked him to follow her. All right.
I like sober.
The whitest thing.
Okay, well, don't send me commentary channel videos from channels with like 50 subscribers.
It's designed for people that are very gravely ill and need comfort. And also, they can come here to manage symptoms. So currently, we're managing her symptoms.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, what is the difference between actively dying and not dying?
Well, actively dying means that
I think we're all actively dying to a point.
Well, actively dying means that they're imminent unto death. That they have a few days left to live.
That's all she was told?
No, we didn't tell. I'm just telling you the philosophy of here.
What kind of philosophy is that?
You said you want her to get up and walk.
She wanted to. She said that to me on the phone yesterday. I just want to make her happy.
We can take her in the bed on the patio, but we're not going to walk her.
Well, she did have a bed, so she's been laying down the past 3 weeks. And if she wants to walk, I wish get up and take a few steps. You walk with her or something? Get her a walker or something. I don't know. It certainly would make her more comfortable.
Most likely, we could probably sit her in the patio in the bed, because we don't really walk.
No, she wants to, that's all.
Okay, I'll speak with the nurse.
Okay.
Okay? Do you
All
have
right.
any other questions or concerns?
No, I'm gonna have to take that up with my brother, but I appreciate your time and your assistance.
No problem.
So you recognize me from Delray, right?
I don't recognize it, I'm saying your face looks very familiar.
Yeah.
I used to work at the hospital for 2 years.
In the hospice area?
No, but we used to carry patients up there a lot. Oh, you work in the hospice section?
No, I worked in the nutrition service, but when you get off the Pinecrest Rehab elevator, the hospice
over in
was to the right. And I used to have to go back into Pinecrest once in a while for some trays and carts.
Oh.
But hospice was to the right as soon as you got out of the elevator. So you had to go by it every day.
Yeah, but they had moved it to the other side though.
Oh, they moved it. Yeah, I haven't been over there in 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, thank you for helping.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Thanks again. Take care.
You're welcome.
Oh, one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't want my mother signing any papers
Well, I
while
don't.
she's in a bad mental state or under duress.
I have no control over that. That's not.
But did she
that's
sign
not my
anything, you
area of
know, even if my
expertise.
brother bought him by or something?
I'm sorry.
Did my brother bring her any papers by to sign that I don't know about?
I don't know about that. You have to take up that with your brother.
I certainly will, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Lenny, thanks for being there with me, and actually sit over there. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, John, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Here, come by to see your mom.
Oh, that was really nice of you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I know you're the most busy man in Delray, but
Yeah, we're pretty busy.
is your wife coming over?
She's coming from work, yeah.
Okay. All right, John. Take care.
All right, buddy.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
This is the human brain, while apparently...
Okay, I'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He's not in the parking lot anymore. And I'm gonna see if I can find my brother now. Thank you for joining me, and maybe I'll see you tonight.
I want to know what his brother looks like.
doing nothing. When you think you're just sitting quietly, letting your mind wander, a set of regions comprising 20% of your brain kicks into action. This is the default mode network.
Wait a second, that's weird. Like, what are those brain regions doing? They must be doing something.
The mysterious pattern of activity inside this network indicates that the so-called resting brain is hard at work.
Maybe it's not just an idling default state, but maybe it's involved in some more interesting processes.
The discovery of this network has revolutionized our understanding of the human brain, and it possibly holds the secret to what makes you uniquely you.
Obviously, a number of exciting questions remain.
In the 1920s, German psychiatrist Hans Berger invented the electroencephalogram, or EEG, a machine which records the brain's electrical activity. When Berger took readings of subjects at rest, the EEG revealed something unexpected. The brainwave patterns changed, but didn't stop. Berger theorized that the human brain was never truly inactive, but his ideas failed to gain much traction. 70 years later, a team at Washington University found an intriguing pattern of brain activity in neuroimaging studies of subjects performing active tasks, like reading aloud.
While the areas
This
that
guy
are
tired to justify SeaWorld. Thoughts? Skip to 1819.
Welcome back to the talk.
I'm sure this is going to be retarded. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist. Marco Ortiz, $20 sub VG. This guy says he's vegan and natural. Do you think he is natural or it's genetics? He's clearly not natural, and he's probably joking about being vegan. He's pimping some weird pre-workout. Yeah, he's lying about being vegan. It's just a joke. He's like pimping whey protein and shit. It's also eating non-vegan cereals. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
SeaWorld's credit, to SeaWorld's credit, and you can hate SeaWorld, I don't care. I have a lot of disagreements with them. To SeaWorld's credit, they understood this, and they said, we are going to train and physically exercise our animals all day long. So you can mitigate a bit of that frustration.
The problem is they're in enclosures that are fucking tiny. That is animal abuse. Whales cannot live in a space that small. No matter what you do, they're going to be abused and frustrated and tormented.
A bit of that being in the wild, not being in the wild, you can mitigate.
This is like saying, oh, it's okay to lock somebody in like a 5-foot by 5-foot prison cell for the rest of their life as long as you give them video games to play. That's literally the argument he's making.
It a bit. Would I like them to have bigger pools? Absolutely. Do I think they should be there? I'm not sure. What is the pro to them being there? What about the kids who go and enjoy them? Is that something? Is that worth the animals not?
No. Like, by the way, we have the internet now. We have video games. We have books. You have all of human culture and literature at the press of a button. I don't know how many new activities have been created since, like, the fucking 20th century.
Bag.
You can fucking rollerblade, bicycle, mountain bike, ride motorcycles, do dirt biking, like, hiking. You can play sports, you can play video games, you can fucking play chess, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But for some reason, you feel like you have to torture a fucking animal for its entire existence just so some stupid fucking brat kid can go, big fish, Like, do we really need to fucking torture animals for entertainment anymore? Like, really? This is something a fucking backwoods idiot retard would come up with. If you literally live in the middle of fucking nowhere and all you see for miles and miles is fucking grass, and you don't have shit to fucking do all day, like once you're done digging up dirt and fucking boiling potatoes and crap, like you're done, nothing else, I could see a fucking retard like that find a field mouse and poke at it, like for entertainment. But really, like, people in a rich Western civilized world have to go to fucking SeaWorld and see whales get fucking tortured for entertainment. Every single one of these motherfuckers who goes to SeaWorld should be blown the fuck away. We should get SEAL Team 6 to set up at the SeaWorld entrance. Anyone walking in, blow them the fuck away. They're the most fucking trash, useless losers on the fucking planet. The only way you think you can get entertainment is by torturing a fucking animal? Fuck you. Die. It's retarded. Let me see, Mark Sisson.
So, I'd like to apologize for the misleading title. I believe the previous...
That is a crazy wound.
The previous state of this scar is more accurately described as a slash wound.
Fuck.
You know, I learned from RuneScape that those are indeed two distinct attack styles. And although you could say the damage per second was relatively slow, the total damage resulted in so much blood loss that I was, well, this close to being sent back to my respawn point, wherever or whatever that may be, if it does even exist. You know, at the hospital, as my blood volume began approaching levels incompatible with biological life, the lightheaded feeling gradually began morphing into what I can only describe as a psychedelic trip. You know, I was both inside and outside of my body simultaneously as
I've had near-death experiences where I've had that same feeling.
Began coalescing into these infinite fractal patterns that appear to be superimposed yet intricately interwoven into my familiar reality. I remember being overwhelmed with a profound appreciation for the story of my life that had unfolded. I was imbued with a profoundly mind-blowing visceral understanding of how a precise sequence of cosmic events was on the precipice of culminating into the dramatic conclusion of the life of the character of Connor Murphy. You know, the genetic predispositions I was born with, the decisions I had made, and the influences from friends, family, strangers, literature, media sources were clearly seen as entwined facets of an infinite amalgamation of phenomenon interfacing in an inextricable causal chain stretching back to the origins of the universe, if that makes any sense. You know, it was responsible for the development and chronological progression of a human life story that was about to reach its finale. And although the doctors, nurses, and friends on the outside perceived the situation as tragic while witnessing me slowly slip into apparent unconsciousness, I can't say the experience was predominantly unpleasant. You know, the only qualm...
Dying actually feels pretty good. When you actually feel yourself slipping, and you actually feel like you're dying, it's not like nodding off to sleep. It's much different. You just feel life going away. It's a very peaceful feeling.
That arose was the terrifying thought that I wouldn't live to see this epic content posted on the internet, and that the story would be distorted because I wouldn't be around to tell it. And afterward, that made me emphatically contemplate my relationship with social media. The only regret I experienced as I thought I was about to die was that the story of my death wouldn't be validated by my audience, as if it would even matter to me once I was gone. This psychological incongruence made me hesitant to explicitly state what the fuck actually happened. You know, making a formal statement revealing the true narrative would just reinforce my attachment to the public's attention and validation. I thought it served as a beneficial personal development challenge, a test of my mental fortitude, to allow the public to believe that I actually beat my girlfriend with a golf club. And that, you know, somehow this scar was an unintentional karmic byproduct of my heinous assault on a woman. This is why my previous videos referencing the situation have been relatively cryptic. And while I'm not quite ready to explicitly, comprehensively state what happened, although I believe after posting this video there will be a sufficient amount of information available for those interested to uncover a satisfactory amount of truth, I will relatively
G donated $2. Is Hallow Good already banned, or did you abandon that goal because he's in chat now named Hollow Love? Yeah, I didn't ban him yet. If we get to the 500, I'll still ban him, but yeah, it's, no. Still not banned yet, though. Thanks for the donation, G.
Explicitly reveal whether this scar is real or fake. Whether my near-death experience, as described in this video, was actual or acting. As of now, the ratio is 2-to-1 in favor of acting, according to an Instagram poll I recently posted. And I will provide you insight, whether they are correct or not, by releasing pictures and videos of my wound shortly after the occurrence that left this scar engraved on my body. So these pictures and videos will either show my elaborate methods of implementing some Hollywood magic to create a hyper-realistic and durable scar, or the...
Okay, to me that looks real. You can see very clear scars from the stitches.
The fresh state of my bloody gash, including it being injected with local anesthetic by a nurse in the hospital immediately prior to my dissociative experience. Now, of course, if the latter is the case, I can't show gory videos on YouTube. I actually learned this lesson from John Bravo. He posted a video discussing his most recent theory of the situation.
It was the girlfriend who did this destruction in the house, who caused all these injuries. She took the golf club and went crazy inside the house, used a knife. on Connor. He has injuries.
But it was taken down just shortly afterwards. I can only speculate that the images he included in his...
Thanks for the membership, Speed Racer.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, 2 things. 1, my work's throwing a pizza party next week and my boss is getting me vegan pizza smile also. I didn't know about this lol.
Thank you, thank you. You're a wonderful crowd. Do we have the show for you?
A show for me? They must be shutting down!
Well, before we get going, let me start with a joke. Why did the chicken cross the road, huh?
To go to another show!
Can you guys knock it off? I'm trying my best out here.
I'd hate to see you at your worst!
Hey, could you two quiet down here? We have a whole show to do here tonight.
Yeah, my bet's gonna involve this lighter and ensuing shenanigans. Hurry it up!
Finally, the show's gonna go up in flames! I didn't realize it hadn't already!
Why do you two even bother coming if you don't like the show?
Yeah, that's like ordering food you don't even like every day. Like, can you really blame us at that point?
Fuck you, Tubby!
Tubby?
You too, Dick Nose!
What? Hey, that wasn't even clever.
Well, like you say, it isn't easy being green or being married to a literal pig!
Okay, that one cut a little deep.
Jeez, these guys suck!
Fozzie!
Oh my God!
Fozzie!
Oh my God!
Fozzie, how can you do something like that? That's terrible! Fozzie? Fozzie? Guess you could say I couldn't bear it, eh? Wacko.
You know, for real though, Miss Piggy's pretty cute. I mean, if you're married to a pig that looks like this, it's not so bad. I mean, if I had to be married to a pig, I'd choose Miss Piggy for sure. Miss Piggy's pretty hilarious. There's Rule 34, right? There's gotta be Miss Piggy porn. I didn't expect some of this to look so realistic. What the fuck? Dude, there's literally a live action video where somebody put like a realistic pig nose on their face and acted like Miss Piggy. That is fucking creepy. That is weird. Well, congratulations on the vegan pizza. I wish I could have a vegan pizza. That'd be pretty nice. But thanks for the donation, Ben. Dee Dee donated $2. Let me see.
There's a brand new study out that's been getting...
All right, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Dee Dee.
His video were too graphic, and it was taken down by YouTube. So the images and video...
Oh, it's that fucking dickhead again. Why the fuck am I getting recommended this asshole's channel?
Videos of my wound, right after it happened, are now posted on OnlyFans. And, you know, you all know that I always try to make the best out of any situation, no matter how tragic. I like to find the positive in all things, except pregnancy tests and STDs. Wow, funny, okay. So, I will attempt to profit off my near-death experience by charging you $1 to see them. You know, it's not going to be a pinned post, so you'll have to scroll down in the feed about 3 seconds to find the photos and videos. You know, this incident sent me back around $50,000 after paying for the house, the hospital bills, and, you know, a few other expenses that I cannot disclose. So I only need 50,001 of you to purchase the content to make a profit. Will we achieve my goal? Well, no, because there is no monetary incentive. That was just a joke. Plus 50,000 buyers would be a
I'm looking at Connor Murphy's OnlyFans, and it's fucking bizarre. You can subscribe for free. He has this, like, weird fucking blue alien sex doll thing. Looks like he's fucking a bunch of, like, prostitutes and shit. Yeah, there's that one trans chick. Where's the post where he said scars? Apparently he's training to suck his own dick. There's the blue alien sex doll thing again. He has really weird low-hanging balls. Where's the fucking scar? Nude golf swing, naked training. I don't know if he took the post down or some shit. I can't find the... scar photos that he's talking about. Yeah, I don't know if he took it down or if it violated TOS.
So, since we've been watching vids about pizza recently and that I'm going to get free vegan pizza, can we watch this video about the history of pizza and different types of pizza? I can't wait for next week.
We can do that. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Thanks for the gifted membership, Speed Racer.
Delusionally grandiose goal, and what also may be grandiose, is to wish to successfully beg all the potential buyers to refrain from commenting the descriptions of the OnlyFans content. You know, I also ask all of you not to message your favorite YouTubers the reality of the situation, whatever you may find that to be, if you do happen to stumble upon some insight. You know, I wish the audience to find the truth for themselves, so...
Who the fuck knows what happened? Really weird.
In my presentation, the projector like completely broke down, as you can see here. So yeah.
Brothers, listen. The
AA Harpoon double barrel 50 caliber air gun that works off of pre-charged cartridge. This thing is pretty dang unique, and I've actually never had an air gun quite like this.
That link is not working.
In for review, so I'm pretty excited. I hope that you guys are excited.
If you could get that in Canada, that'd be pretty sweet.
Arsenal, right? And each air on a... So you've got a quick first shot and then a quick second follow-up.
And the piece of you're using.
I'm not gonna watch that. It just looks boring.
Varied depending on the task demands and context. The areas that were deactivated were quite common.
These inactive regions, including the
Dodo donate $2. Let me see.
What is allowed, what should be allowed, okay? And yet Israel shows no signs
Are you a white?
Israel shows no signs of stopping. And they're posting videos like this instead.
They're literally trying to work on a ceasefire deal right now.
I'm Zach Sage Fox here on the beach of Tel Aviv. Welcome to Are You a White Colonizer? The game show. Let's play. Excuse me, ma'am, to win 100 shekels, are you a white colonizer?
I am not.
Congratulations, because you won 100 shekels!
Thank you.
Bye! All right, for 100 shekels, are you a white colonizer?
No.
Where's your family from?
From República Dominicana.
Okay, so you're from the Dominican Republic?
Yeah.
You won 100 shekels! Is this a white country?
Bro, it's so crazy. It's so crazy watching this insane video right after we just saw the conditions in northern Gaza. It's like, dude, you literally are a colonizer. You are. Like, you can shield all the brown people you can find on a beautiful Tel Aviv beach all day, every day, to be like, see, we're so multicultural and so different. It's like, that doesn't change the reality. Look at your beaches, look at your way of existence right now, and then look at like 15 miles beyond the boundary of the Gaza border fence. This is literally zone of interest, dude.
Let's never blame Islamic terrorists. Let's just blame the quote-unquote colonizers.
Straight up.
Country?
No. You have here black, white, everything you want.
Come here, experience it with your own eyes, and you'll see that there's a lot of friendly brown people all over the place.
Where are you from?
Brazil and Colombia.
Indians, you born in India.
I am from Melut.
Morocco and Iran.
Half Spanish, half Brazilian. I am Yemen.
Morocco.
That's not very white colonizery at all. Are you a white colonizer?
No, no.
You've won 100 shekels! Are you a white colonizer?
No.
No.
No, I'm not.
No.
When I look at my skin, I realize, no, indeed, I'm not.
Guess what? You won 100 shekels!
Oh, dude, never mind. Never mind. There's a lot of friendly brown people in Israel, bro. Yeah, so.
Well, that's Hassan.
The medial prefrontal cortices, posterior cingulate cortex, and the angular gyrus were already known to researchers and commonly associated with things like emotion, language, and memory. A second neuroimaging study, led by
I find it funny how Jason Hemingway Blah, who is now trying to reinvent himself as a predominantly plant-eating liberal, which totally contradicts his persona of an alpha male conservative of the past. He definitely had some health scare from all the gear.
Yeah, I'm suspecting it's either a heart issue or kidney failure. Those are the two that probably are the biggest issues for him. He might also have diabetes, who knows, or be pre-diabetic. That would also explain his commitment to weight loss, because he had a hell of a time dieting and losing weight before, but he actually has bothered to lose a significant amount of weight and get to a healthy body fat percentage. So, could be all three, could be, you know, one or two. But something had to have happened. There's no way he'd switch his diet like that and everything without there being some kind of massive health scare. And I think he sees how things are going, and he's dropped the insane racist neo-Nazism he had before, because he knows it's just not going to work out. Thanks for the donation, though, Fake Merc.
neurologist Marcus Rakel confirmed the findings. These areas were turned off when the mind concentrated on something external, but became engaged when quietly at rest.
So it's kind of doing the opposite of what most of the brain does.
They called this resting activity the brain's default mode.
In 2001, when it came out, some people thought it was totally nuts.
A few years later, neurologist Vinod Menon and a team at Stanford studied subjects at rest using functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI. They found not only the same regional brain activation, but also an underlying connectivity between these regions.
And these are not just isolated regions, but they couple together in particular ways. And we put all this stuff together and we said, well, this is something we should call the default mode network, because it actually functions as a network.
Brain networks work like a symphony, a complex arrangement of coordinated individual parts which come together to perform a specific function, which they couldn't produce alone.
You know, there's networks related to movement or vision or hearing, and then the sort of higher order ones related to things like attention.
But the default mode network's function was enigmatic at first.
We didn't know what it was doing and why it was doing what it was doing.
For the last 2 decades, researchers have chipped away at the enigma, implicating the default mode network, or DMN, in several key areas of cognition, each of which involves a specific coordination between the DMN's different regions.
There's sometimes regions that come in and out and maybe affiliate with the network in the service of certain goals.
One important function involves memory.
Default mode network is preferentially connected to the hippocampus, which is the critical structure for making new memories.
Including the formation and recall of what are called episodic memories, which are autobiographical memories about our past experiences.
The sum of all your memories that are relevant to you.
And also prospective memories, or thinking about what we intend to do in the future.
Sometimes we're basically drawing on the past events to imagine the future.
The DMN is involved with another important form of memory, semantic memory.
Semantic memory is knowledge that we have acquired as distinguished from individual events.
These are long-term memories, general knowledge about the world we inhabit, the processing of facts, concepts, and language. The default mode network is also connected to self-awareness and social cognition.
Things like thinking about your friends and the attributes of your friends, and thinking about yourself and your place in society.
Which requires an interior theory of mind.
Thinking about what other people are thinking.
Like you're constantly running a model of someone you're talking to about what they're thinking and feeling in response to what you're saying. And that's really important, because if you're way off, you lose a friend or you could get punched.
Absent external stimuli, the default mode network turns inward.
The DMN switches or defaults to an internally focused thought process such as self-reflection, daydreaming, mind-wandering.
When mind-wandering, we're often recalling personal experiences and envisioning the future.
All of these kinds of complex and interesting introspective and evaluative types of processing tends to engage the default network.
While the default mode network may switch on when the rest of the brain switches off, it isn't independent.
The default mode network does not function in isolation. It's both excited and...
You ever been diagnosed with autism? No, not being diagnosed. Could have it, but not diagnosed.
Suppressed by other systems.
Like the salience network, a key cognitive control network responsible for switching attention.
Which would go off right now if the fire alarm went off in the building. That one seems to go up when the default goes down.
The disruption of this normal push and pull, the switching between the DMN and other networks, is implicated in abnormal brain function.
Individuals may not be attending to...
Is rent much cheaper in Canada?
It really depends where you live. Highly, highly, highly dependent on location and obviously just square footage. So if you're comparing rent in Toronto to like rural Nebraska, it would be like 5 times higher. So it kind of depends. If you compare it to like other major cities in the US, like LA, rent's probably cheaper in Toronto by, I would suspect like at least 10%. It's got to be closer to like 20, 25. So it really depends on where you're living and what kind of square footage you're looking at. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer.
External stimuli when they should. They may be attending to internal stimuli when they should not. It turns out that the default mode network is impacted in major ways in virtually every psychiatric disorder.
Menon has developed a theory that a disruption to the dynamic between the DMN, the salience network, and a third brain network plays a role in a range of psychiatric disorders, including schizophrenia, Alzheimer's disease, and depression.
The nature of the deficits is different across disorders. We don't fully understand them, but the notion that the DMN is disrupted and its interactions with other core cognitive control systems is disrupted, there's very broad evidence for that.
However,
oh, this is going to get interesting. You know what? I was so fucking exhausted today when training, because I'm like barely eating anything. I started seeing myself in the third person. I picked up a set of dumbbells. I think it was 52.5 pounds, and I was going to do curls. And I literally left my body and saw myself picking up the dumbbells in the third person. It was really fucking weird. I was like, am I still alive? Am I dead? Am I here?
Recent research on the therapeutic effects of psilocybin, the active component of magic mushrooms, has shown promise.
It's got great potential for treating depression and other neuropsychiatric disorders, likely because it boosts neuroplasticity.
An fMRI.
Yeah, dude, after that last mushroom trip I had, holy fuck am I different. Like, my method of thinking has totally changed, and all for the better. Mushrooms are fucking god tier for just affecting the way you think. Especially certain strains. It seems like penis envy, at least in my experience, are really fucking potent for that.
MRI study by a team at Washington University revealed a desynchronization or scrambling of the default mode network while on psilocybin. One of the researchers participated in this study and experienced this firsthand.
The boundaries become blurred. I lost my sense of space completely, and then I lost myself.
The brain scans revealed massive temporary changes.
Your functional brain organization, your functional networks, they're kind of like your fingerprint or your face, in the sense that truly, this is not to be cheesy, they're unique. Like yours is unique. Giving people psilocybin makes it so that their brain changes so much that my brain and your brain on psilocybin are more similar to each other than my brain not on psilocybin to my brain on psilocybin. That's wild.
And the experience of having a scrambled default mode network revealed something else.
Part of the effects that people report, which are most strongly focused around effects on your sense of time, space, and sense of self and your memories, I think that solidifies this idea that that's one of the main functions or sets of functions of the default mode network.
While many of the individual elements of the default mode network are now better understood, the larger question remains: what does the entire network accomplish?
In some sense, the DMN is where I think, and we need certainly a lot more evidence, is where all of these critical components come together to create a unifying sense of the self.
The default mode network enables us to weave together an internal narrative, a story of who we are that shapes how we perceive ourselves and interact with others.
It's like the simulation that you're always running, that's you.
All right.
The world freaking wants you weak, dude. The world wants to bend you over. Boom! No, the boys in the High Thumos community, we're not gonna let you. This is a staple meal. We're gonna plump up the plums for pennies, dude. Sardines will save your soul. You're gonna blow the balls up on a budget. Transport the testosterone from the trenches.
Sardines are not going to raise your testosterone. They do have a fair bit of nutrition, but again, they have no fiber. They are fish. They are going to contain probably more environmental pollutants than other forms of food. They also don't have like any antioxidants. So you could probably do better by, eating like tofu or something.
Starts here. People hate on sardines, dude. No. Reclaim yourself. Dude, this is the one of our guys in the group named this the Incel Redeemer. Half an onion, sizzling in some olive oil. We're gonna add some sea salt.
Onions and olive oil are good for you.
While we wait, we're gonna get a thick freaking bulb
Garlic is good.
of garlic going. We are going to add our rice. You could do this with
Rice is just fine.
leftover rice. It's even better. A little bit of cold, gonna get a better little crisp on there. Create what I would call a rice donut here.
He's going to put an egg in the middle.
We need that hole in the middle, and what we're gonna do is add 2 eggs. We'll now add my beans.
Yeah, so eggs are not good for you, just loaded with cholesterol.
These are fully cooked. We're gonna put them back in here, get them a little crispy, like a little fish. Look at the little fish swimming in the ocean.
That is gross.
We're going to set that off to the side.
That is very gross.
Mix it all up. Garlic. I was going to load it with, what is this, pepper. A lot of black pepper.
Pepper's good for you.
And go ahead and hit it with your favorite.
I've seen this tard before. I'm guessing he can't bench as much as me. I'm just guessing. 9 years ago. 8 years ago. Holy shit, he's been uploading for a long ass fucking time.
Kinds of stuff Professor Dave explains.
Pizza, pizza, pizza. Who doesn't love pizza?
Yeah, I've had vegan
I
eggs
love
before.
It. You love it. The Ninja Turtles love it. Everyone loves
Ew,
it.
gross.
According to recent surveys, pizza is the single food that most Americans would want to eat for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, on several occasions, I have even heard people claim that pizza is an American invention. Of course, this is absurd, so let's dig into the history of pizza so that we can set the story straight. The earliest ancestor of pizza was definitely born in the Old World. In fact, archaeologists have found a type of bread in Sardinia dated from at least 3,000 years ago, so Sardinians clearly already knew about the use of yeast in baking. The ancient Greeks themselves used to bake flatbread called plakus, plakuntos, which was often flavored with different ingredients like garlic or onions. In the 6th century BCE, the soldiers of Darius the Great, king of Persia.
Kamala Harris said her favorite pizza topping is anchovies. I've had anchovies on pizza before. If you break them up into small pieces and just sprinkle it here and there, they're not bad. But if you just load them on the pizza, it's just an insane salt bomb. And it's got this really strong fucking gross fishy taste.
Are reported to have baked special flatbread on the backs of their shields using the heat of the sun. This bread was often flavored with dates and cheese. Continuing along in the 3rd century BC.
Did you know Hawaiian pizza was invented in Canada?
Yeah, I did know that. That is one thing Canada should be ashamed for. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
It all starts from the foundation, and the foundation is your dough, which people do not think about. Oh, people, it's cheesy, it's pepperoni, it's sausage, pineapple. Well, just because they wear a chef coat with their name on it, they call themselves pizza chefs or chefs. Remember, anybody could buy a chef coat and put their name on it. You see what I'm wearing? And this is what I'll always wear. I was born with a t-shirt in a pizzeria, and this is what I'm going to wear. I don't need to be a fanatic or put how many awards I won on my side, stars. My product speaks for itself.
Do you think it's healthy to be as obsessive as you are?
I think it's not healthy to work and not like what you're doing. So I'd rather be obsessed with what I do. And I want to make sure that every time a pie comes out, I look over to the table and they got food in their mouth.
That would have been great without the
And
cheese.
they give me a thumbs up. That's the biggest trophy.
CE, Cato the Elder, the first Roman historian.
What's my wingspan? I think it's exactly the same as my height. I'm 6'3", and my wingspan is like dead on 6'3".
Wrote about flat rounds of dough dressed with olive oil and herbs baked on stone. Then, in the 1st century BCE, the Latin poet Virgil in the Aeneid mentions flatbread being used as a cutting board, which at the end of the meal could be eaten as well. Evidence of flatbreads has been found even in Pompeii, the city destroyed by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE. Shops with marble tabletops very similar to what you would find today in a modern pizzeria were also found. Many other populations in the Mediterranean were also familiar with this type of bread. The Etruscans had a version, the Catalans did too, a type of leavened bread called coca, while Sardinians had carasau, and many other cultures around the world share some similar products meant to accompany meats or fish. But obviously, we are still far from our modern concept of pizza. The origin of the name pizza is also rather obscure, and the story has several versions. Some believe that it comes from the Latin verb pinzo pinzare, which means to pound or to flatten. And
Ever tried focaccia? I don't think I have.
this is supported by the concept that pizza is something formed by kneading the dough until it becomes a flat circle, as we know it today. Others see a connection with the ancient Greek word picte, meaning fermented pastry, which later became in Latin picta, and perhaps later on pizza. Lastly, the word could derive from the ancient Greek pissa, or bran bread, where the double sigma can also be read as a double tau, and thus may be read pita, also to indicate a sort of flatbread. The actual name pizza appeared for the first time in a vulgar Latin document from a town in southern Italy, Gaeta to be precise, in the year 997 CE. This town was still part of the Byzantine Empire. The document was talking about a gift of duodecim pizzae, meaning 12 pizzas, which was to be given to the bishop of Gaeta for Christmas and Easter. However, once again, we are still far from the modern delicacy, as we are still talking about some kind of rustic flatbread. Any mention of pizza before the 16th century is still talking about a pie covered with salsa bianca, or white sauce. This was called mastunicola, and it consisted of thrifty leavened bread covered with caciocavallo cheese, basil, and lard. In the 17th century, this dish was already one of the favorites of the Bourbons, the French family who was ruling Naples at the time. The Bourbons were raising water buffaloes not far from the royal palace of Caserta. These animals had been brought to Italy by the Lombards after the fall of the Roman Empire. The Bourbons started using buffalo mozzarella on their flatbreads, and the dish became popular both among the rich as well as the poor. Finally, it was the ingenuity of the Neapolitans who transformed this simple dish into something much closer to what we envision today. It's hard to pinpoint the precise introduction of the tomato to Italian cuisine, but it certainly had to be after 1492, when Christopher Columbus sailed to America. Subsequently, the Spanish colonizers brought tomatoes to Italy from Peru, and though they were first believed to be poisonous, they were then utilized in a sauce and spread over flatbread. By the 1800s, the use of tomatoes on flatbread was already very common. Thus, pizza marinara was born. The sauce was named as such because it was made with simple ingredients suitable for the poor sailor or mariner. It could be transported at sea without spoiling. Some kind of minced fish, probably anchovies or sardines, could have been added to the sauce in order to provide protein. Hence the name marinara, which means sailor's style. According to legend, in 1889, a Neapolitan pizza maker named Raffaele Esposito, during a visit of the Queen Margherita of Savoy, decided to create a special pizza with the colors of the Italian flag. Green was done with basil, white with mozzarella cheese, and red with tomato sauce. He called this dish Pizza Margherita to honor the Queen, and the rest is history. With the emigration of so many Italians to America in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, pizza became an international hit, which only grew even bigger after World War II. The first pizza in America was made by a man named Gennaro Lombardi in New York City in 1905. He was followed by Franco Pepe in New Haven, Connecticut, with his coal-fired pizza. Things only picked up from there, and over the century that followed, pizza became the most popular food in America, with all the endless chain restaurants of varying qualities. Now, we must understand that Americans innovated pizza
That looks like a fucking monstrosity. That's just terrible.
considerably, so it is a bit different than pizza in Italy. And while the best pizza...
Did Earthling Ed actually upload a good video? What did he make? Passionate meat eater calls me out during live debate. Maybe.
Pizza in America is truly outstanding.
Sengoku Donate Tellers, what percentage of women would you say actually push themselves this hard when training? I'd say 15% at best. Dude, that is a really... No, oh wait, no, she just isn't using the machine that great. I was gonna say the range of motion on that hack press is really low, but I think her feet are just up really high. Yeah, I would say probably under 5%. Very rarely ever see women really lifting weights hard like that. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Since this series is about Italian language and culture, we are interested in the way pizza is made and served in Italy. First, we must understand that Italians don't split pizzas. They are individual entrees served in a personal size meant for one person. This is typically a size whereby those with small appetites may have trouble finishing it, and those with large appetites will finish with no problem and may still want another bite or two. So if you go to Italy, what kinds of pizzas can we expect, and how do we order them? Let's look at the most popular types. Pizza margherita, as we mentioned, consists of tomato, basil, and mozzarella. This is a classic, and you can't go wrong no matter what city or town you happen to be in. Pizza marinara, which we mentioned as well, consists of tomato, oil, garlic, basil, and some anchovies. Pizza alla boscaiola means forest style, so this includes porcini mushrooms. Pizza ai quattro formaggi means 4-cheese pizza, so this is classically with gorgonzola, mozzarella, taleggio, and gruyere. These days, it is common to see ricotta, parmigiano, or still others, but it needs 4 for sure. Pizza quattro stagioni means 4 seasons, and each quadrant of the pizza represents a different season. Each pizzeria may have a slightly different take on this in terms of ingredients, but this will typically include ham, artichokes, olives, and mushrooms, and it's a really fun pizza visually. Pizza capricciosa has prosciutto, mushrooms, artichokes, and mozzarella. Pizza ai frutti di mare is covered in seafood like clams, shrimp, calamari, and octopus. Pizza alla diavola has tomato, mozzarella, and spicy sausage, where diavola means devil, hence the hot and spicy sausage. Pizza ai carciofini means with marinated artichokes. Pizza alla romana has tomato, mozzarella, and anchovies.
Gross.
Pizza allo speck and mascarpone has smoked ham and mascarpone cheese.
That's
Pizza
terrible.
calabrese is tomato, mozzarella, and sharp salame. Pizza carbonara has mozzarella, pancetta, which is sort of like bacon, egg, and parmigiano. And pizza trinacria, to celebrate Sicily, has tomato, anchovies, capers, and olives. As you can see, while Italians do indeed put toppings on their pizza, there is a fairly limited set of options, and they don't cover the pizza as abundantly as Americans. But any pizza lover would have to admit, sitting down in a nice piazza in any Italian city and digging into a gourmet pizza is one of the most enjoyable experiences imaginable.
Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel.
That was a video about pizza.
Interesting that you use the term gastric because obviously you're trying to kind of evoke.
Well, what are they?
Sengoku donate tellers, which actor would you say would make the best fit as casting Goku in a live-action movie? I think Hugh Jackman would make a great Vegeta. I have no idea, dude. I'm... Okay, that was weird. I don't know if you can properly cast a Dragon Ball Z movie. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Just random vids donated $2. Let me see. Well, that chicken tender was a dog.
Fucking fat I am. Compare me to the average American. Who's healthier? Obviously, the average American who lives off shit foods. And obviously, I'm killing myself because I eat real foods like meat and eggs, which have made me so fucking fat I can barely lift my body weight.
Yeah, so fat or not, if you raise your serum cholesterol score by eating tons of red meat, you're still going to put yourself at risk of heart disease. And again, regardless of body weight, you are still at higher risk of getting diabetes if you eat, you know, fatty red meat and eggs and shit like that, and cancer.
Or stand up. In fact, I'm so unhealthy, I'm gonna die from a heart attack any minute now. And remember, sugar isn't killing you.
Yeah, there we go. If I have abs, I'm going to live forever. That's why bodybuilders are so healthy, right?
Cholesterol's killing you. And even though your body naturally...
Like, what a false dichotomy. So, if sugar's bad, how does that make cholesterol good? Please explain.
...produces it and you'll die without it, never eat it.
Yes, because if your body produces something, that means you can have an infinite amount of it circulating in your serum and it's totally fine for you. That's why you can overdose on fucking fat-soluble vitamins, right? Well, we need vitamin D, and our body would die without it, so if I guzzle down 10 bottles of vitamin D capsules, nothing bad's gonna happen, right? That's how that works.
Instead, eat more sugar, vegetable oils, and processed foods.
Yeah, more people should be consuming vegetable oils as opposed to saturated animal fats, dumbass. If you look at the randomized trials, people do better.
Honestly, if you really want to get healthy, go vegan, because vegans are smarter than everyone.
By the way, yeah, right. I don't even know if that person's fucking vegan, by the way. He might have just found a photo of an anorexic person online. Buddy, I'm bigger than you. I'm stronger than you. I can out-fucking bench you. Like, you're a fucking loser. So is this guy saying he's a weak fucking bitch compared to a vegan?
How could a steak possibly be healthier for you than leaves or stems?
Yeah, that's a good fucking question, dude. Because people who eat lots of red meat die sooner, and people who eat more vegetables live longer. So get fucked. You can brag about, well, I'm like kind of strong, not as strong as some vegans online apparently, but I have abs. You can brag about that all you want. You're going to face the consequences of your fucking food choices either way, dumbass.
And the only way to get healthy is to ignore all common sense and human intuition. Only listen to the government and big pharma who control mainstream messaging. Don't.
What if, like, what? This guy is saying, listen to your own intuition. Forget about research, forget about evidence, just listen to your own intuition. Right, that works out so well for people. Look at the rates of, like, cigarette smoking in the past, and tobacco smoking. There was a time period where people thought tobacco was healthy for you because it's dopaminergic. It's relaxing, it calms you down, it makes you feel better. People actually thought it was good for you. Same with alcohol. People at one point in time actually thought alcohol was good for you because, again, it makes you feel good. It can be relaxing for some people. Some people are angry drunks. So yeah, just listen to intuition. Smoking's good for you. Drinking's good for you. Apparently, we just have to listen to our intuition.
You know everyone needs diabetes drugs, statins, and Ozempic. How could real whole foods that humans have eaten for
So, dumbass, because of Ozempic, American obesity rates are going down. They're down almost 10% because of Ozempic. Because of statins, hundreds of thousands of people have avoided heart attacks and deaths. So talk shit all you want about fucking the pharmaceutical industry. They're going to be the ones who are keeping you alive a few years from now when you suffer your first fucking heart attack.
thousands of years be healthy? How fucking stupid are you? Look how fucking fat I am. Compare me.
This guy is genuinely retarded. I might make a response video to that dumb shit. What a fucking asshole. Next slide to watch. Jake disrespects Mike Tyson.
Go on your little menopause break and postpone the fight. So yeah, I was ready before. You needed a little break. Your tummy hurt? Your tummy hurt still?
I feel a lot better now. I feel a lot better.
Were you truly sick, or were you a little nervous about getting in the ring with Jake Paul?
I was terrified. I was terrified.
This old ass motherfucker. We signed the contract with Netflix, and I brought him the deal. So you're welcome, my son. I'm gonna discipline you like a son. So shut the with all that need this, need that. We brought you the deal, and remember that too. Hey, New York, shut the up, New York. Boo yourselves, New York. You're just like Mike Tyson. You were good 20 years ago. You, New York. Democratic City.
That's pretty hilarious. I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping Tyson knocks the fuck out of Jake Paul. That'd be fantastic.
These are chambers that are filled with gas that are used to kill pigs.
Because I think you're obviously trying to evoke, a kind of cultural memory.
Our next witness is Ed Winters, who's a vegan activist and campaigner and author of How to Argue with a Meat Eater and Win Every Time. Well, I suppose we'll see about that. Look, if I was sitting...
Ed is a bad debater. I'd put him in the bad category. Not quite terrible, but he's in the bad category.
Here in front of you now... well, I'm sitting in front of you now, but I was tucking into, bought by the BBC, a meltingly tender, medium rare ribeye steak instead of a half-empty packet of crisps, which is what we actually got here. But if I'd got the steak in front of me, how would you categorise that as a moral act?
Well, I would categorise it as an immoral act. I think when we exist in a world where we have the choice to not do these things to animals, to not force them into gas chambers, to not cut their throats, to not exploit them, when we have a choice to not do these things ethically and morally, to not inflict unnecessary violence onto someone else is the ethically preferable thing to do. So, firstly,
It's so annoying when he says, when we have the choice. What do you mean, when we have the choice? We always have that choice. There's never a moment when you don't have a choice to eat animal products. Even if you're starving on a desert island, guess what? You can just choose to die. You always have a fucking choice to engage or not engage in violence.
I certainly won't pay for my BBC licence again if you were tucking into a state paid for by the BBC, but secondary to that, I would still accuse you of being immoral because you've caused violence to an animal that you didn't need to.
Tim Stanley?
You got crisps? Okay. Ed, listening to the farmer has made me a vegetarian, but you're a vegan,
Yes.
so you go a little bit further. And this is what intrigues me about veganism and that I want to get into. You are presumably against products which derive from animals. Now, when I was young, we used to keep chickens, and these chickens were the best.
That is not what Ed means. He's being asked directly if he thinks it's okay to eat meat in a survival situation, and he said yes.
Looked after chickens in the world. They had loads of place to run around, lots of grain. We even fed them worms. It was great. And occasionally they would produce eggs, and we would eat them. What is the possible ethical objection to me eating this natural byproduct of a chicken which has not been fertilized and which they have no...
Would you at least say Ed sounds convincing to the average person? Well, your average person is a fucking retard. Like, your average person might vote for Trump. Your average person might listen to this carnivore diet bullshit and be convinced and believe in it. So just because you can convince an average person, that doesn't mean you're good at debating. If you run across somebody who's dumb enough and agrees with some of the things you're saying, you can convince them into fucking anything. So he's still a bad debater, regardless of whether or not he's able to convince people.
No good for.
Yeah, I think it's a very good argument in the sense of, obviously when we talk about the immorality of certain actions, there are degrees of harm and suffering involved. And so, of course, a situation such as that isn't comparable to the situation that most people partake in, which is by buying eggs that have come from sort of commercial farming units, whether they be free-range, organic, or otherwise. And so in such a scenario, I don't necessarily know that I can make a compelling argument against the decision that you make in that moment if, of course, these animals were rescued from a farm, are given a very good life, are not going to be killed prematurely. And maybe certain things have been done to try and encourage those hens to eat their own eggs, for example. They can replace lost nutrients by consuming their own eggs. So there are things that I would recommend doing over consuming those eggs yourself. But of course, when you talk about the ethical conundrum there, it is far more ethical than what most people buy.
But you wouldn't personally eat the egg, would you?
No, I would feed it back to the hens. You know, laying an egg, it requires a huge number of nutrients.
Look how fucking fat.
Nutrients for these hens. So by feeding the egg back to the hen, it allows them to replace those lost nutrients. Because as you maybe already know, hens have been selectively bred to lay sort of 300 plus eggs a year, and that takes a huge toll on their body. And if we can try and replace those lost nutrients,
but mine didn't do that. You see, this is my point. I just cannot. From a layman's point of view, I just can't see the moral objection to me eating that egg.
But it's a little bit of a red herring in the sense of I'm not necessarily here to compel you to not eat that egg. What I'm here to try and compel everyone else in this world, well, in this country, hopefully those of us who are listening, is to stop purchasing these products which are causing suffering and harm to animals and are resulting in animals being killed. So I'd be much more interested in talking about the eggs that 99.99999% of people consume.
Right, and I get that, and we got that from my first guest. But I'm trying to nail precisely what the vegan's relationship to meat and to meat products.
Yeah.
Now, the second part of my chicken story is that, of course, foxes broke in, and foxes are not just carnivores; they're sadistic.
Yes.
And the coop was just destroyed, and there was feathers everywhere. It was a nightmare. Do you have an ethical problem with what the fox did to my chickens?
Well, no, because of course, if foxes don't have the same moral agency that we do, they don't have the same intellect that we do, and they can't rationalize their decisions in the same way that we can. So in the same way that I wouldn't necessarily think down on wild animals who do lots of terrible things, I certainly...
It's about time that the wheels of justice are finally catching up to this piece of shit scumbag human being. I can't wait for this piece of shy-man garbage to be convicted and locked away for his crimes.
Now to Long Island, where ex-New York Congressman...
Oh, George Santos, fucking hate that cunt. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Untitled donated $2. Can you call my friend that hates vegans and acts like he is a fake Toronto man? I'll send you the number via Instagram. If you give me $20, I'll do it. So $18 more and I'll do it for you. Thanks for the donation, Untitled.
George Santos is expected to plead guilty to charges relating to campaign fraud, including wire fraud, identity theft, and making false statements to the Federal Election Commission, the FEC. Santos had previously maintained that he was innocent on all 23 of those federal charges.
He saw the evidence against him, and then he ended up pleading guilty. That's what everybody does. They just plead not guilty, then they see the evidence, then they plead guilty. So he knew there was no way getting out of it.
Joining us now from outside the courtroom in Central Islip, New York, NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis. Rahema, thank you very much for joining us here with Adam as well. Tell me about this change of plea for George Santos.
Absolutely. And I'm here with Adam Reese, producer for us, and he literally just seconds ago walked out of the courtroom and here. And I want to ask Adam exactly what did happen in that courthouse.
So he arrived, he was very
Call your non-vegan friend to your tip option thing. Yeah, I should do that.
very glum, anxious. He pled guilty to 2 counts. Wire fraud.
Only 2 of the 23.
Only 2. Wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. He faces up to 75 to 87 months. That's roughly 12 years in jail.
And what happens?
Whoa. Yeah, this guy, I really hope he gets put away.
With the other counts against him?
The other counts go away. He has to make restitution in the amount of $373,000. That's a...
Whoa, what's the restitution?
That's a restitution in the amount of $373,000.
Whoa, this guy, yeah, he's a goner. He's done, dude.
That's a restitution payment, but he also has a $205,000 forfeiture payment. He also made a statement. He expressed remorse. He said he deceived not only his family, his supporters, everybody that were looking for him to go to Congress, that all along that everything he was doing was a fraud, and he regrets it at this time.
Did he give any indication as to why he decided to acknowledge his guilt in these crimes?
No, but it was an extensive agreement between the government and George Santos. Obviously, it took a lot of time. They were approaching a trial date very quickly. The government said they had some 500 documents, phone records, bank records, emails, so they were ready to go to trial.
And if he had not done this, trial was scheduled for a few weeks from now on September 9th, but now there is no trial.
No trial. All the other charges are dropped. He has to make the payments, and he has to serve time.
Katie, you get it. Just from Adam Reese coming out of the courtroom just seconds ago. That is the latest.
I hope he at least gets like 2 years. Like, that's got to be the bare minimum. Like, 5 years would be good, but if he gets like 10, that'd just be perfect.
Is coming out of here about George Santos, the disgraced congressman who was expelled from Congress just in December, and now he has pled guilty to these 2 charges.
Repeat again how much prison time? I've got 3 seconds.
In terms of imprisonment, how much time?
It could be roughly 12 years, 75 to 87 months, but that is up to the discretion of the judge. There could be a departure, either up or down, but it's likely to be, and it will be, all the counts will be, the 2 counts will be concurrent, not consecutive.
When will that be determined, this year or next?
February sentencing date.
February.
All right.
We're talking about next year, Katie.
Rahema Ellis, Adam Reese, thank you very much.
What a fucking asshole. I'm glad he's finally getting his comeuppance.
I mean, we said it 1,000 times.
Yeah. I wasn't here for it.
I don't know how much genius there's involved there.
I kind of feel good now it's open. I was not here for it.
I would hope that we humans wouldn't partake in those things ourselves. You know, infanticide, rape, murder, wild animals commit these things to one another, but we would never justify those things within our own species just because wild animals such as foxes do them.
Right, so a human being who didn't have a normal human being's moral sense and they ate an animal product, that would be okay because they're operating purely on instinct and not higher intellect.
Well, not necessarily. I think when you say instinct, I'm referring to animals that don't have those capacities. But I think most humans have the sense of empathy, responsibility, morality. I think someone who is in the situation you're describing wouldn't necessarily have the ability to be able to function on their own in a kind of conceivable way. So they wouldn't be in a supermarket making the decision to buy steak.
So human beings are superior to animals?
Well, intellectually we are, but superiority doesn't give us the justification to inflict harm onto others. That's a form of tyranny and oppression. And so we may be intellectually superior, if you want to use that word, to other animals, but that gives us a sense of responsibility to not abuse that power and to tyrannize over those who are...
Do we also have a moral responsibility to reduce harm being done against animals by other animals?
I think in some senses, yes. I mean, obviously the remit there is far different, and what we'd be able to achieve is far different.
Right. So we don't want to police lives from chasing gazelle.
Exactly. But if we can limit the suffering of wild animals as well in sort of effective, efficient, and sort of not too interventionist type of ways, I think that would be a good thing to do as well.
See, one thinks of vegans, like other animal rights activists, as being very pro-nature, but it sounds to me a bit like you're actually suggesting human beings rising above nature, separate from it, like we're some kind of great alien godlike race that gets to manage the environment.
Well, no, I would argue that a godlike race would be one that acts with impunity over the immorality that inflicts upon others, which is very much the anti-vegan position, which is that we are dominant, therefore we can do as we wish to these animals that we view as being beneath us. The vegan position is that we should try and safeguard the lives of animals and humans on our planet, and as a consequence of that, it is a pro-nature position, but of course the vegan position is more about sort of opposing the forms of animal violence that we have direct control over, which of course in the farming scenarios we are the ones who are completely in control of that.
Inaya.
Ed, so when it comes to eating meat, would you agree that the main driver people do it, despite all of those arguments, is the pursuit of taste pleasure?
Yes.
So, and you believe that that's morally inferior to not doing that because you think the suffering outweighs that?
Well, what do you think? Do you think that pleasure should be a moral justifier for one's actions?
In some circumstances, yes. I mean, I would accept.
Can you tell me which one?
I would say that it is a moral good to cultivate human enjoyment, pleasure, satisfaction, warmth, comfort. So, for example, I think it would be morally justified to kill an animal if it meant that, it might give you a warm clothes, for example.
What a fucking retard. Okay, I guess I'll kill you because it makes me feel good. I'm a psychopath.
Well, back in the day, if we were needed that fur to survive because we lived in harsh winters where we lived in caves, that'd be very different. But in a modern world where that...
I don't know why he says stupid shit like that. It wouldn't be any fucking different. You're still violating the rights of another being. Just because you have particular needs, that doesn't give you a right to murder somebody else. Should we go out and murder billionaires or millionaires, steal their money because we're fucking broke and have trouble paying rent? Like, is it okay to kill your fucking boss and steal his money? Like, it's just retarded.
Argument doesn't hold up, then to kill an animal and skin them for their fur or to use their skin for clothing when we don't need to would be wrong. I'm interested to know, in a modern day context, is there anything that you wouldn't want to do to an animal in the name of pleasure?
Well, I think... I was a vegetarian, as I said in the beginning, and actually I did find that there was something quite miserable about the fact that I would go past the KFC and feel extremely hungry. So in a scenario, for example, where we could eliminate the suffering caused by animal for meat consumption, but let's say in this scenario that people's pleasure...
This chick is a fucking loser. Like, get fucked. Just challenge her to a cage match.
...and enjoyment and satisfaction that they got out of food reduced by a couple notches. Would you still see that as a morally preferable situation to the one we have now?
Absolutely. In the same way, let's take people that engage in dog fighting or dog abusing.
Well, this is a much more wider practice, obviously. Eating meat is much wider than dog fighting.
If you want to justify the gassing of pigs in gas chambers because people enjoy 15 minutes of sensory pleasure when they consume a bacon sandwich, I think that's a very scary line to take.
I think it's quite interesting that you use the term gas chambers because obviously you're trying to kind of evoke...
well, what are they? These are chambers that are filled with gas that are used to
because I think you're obviously trying to evoke a kind of cultural memory.
No. You tell me what they are if they're not gas chambers. You tell me what they are then.
Well, personally, for me, I wouldn't defend factory farming. So
no. I'm asking you a very specific question. I'm asking you, if you think that I'm using gas chambers to be emotive, you tell me what phrase you would use to describe chambers that are filled with gas that are used specifically to kill sentient beings.
So I'm not defending the way in which factory farming practices take place.
Dodging.
I think there are many questionable justifications for that. Hold on, let me just finish. I'm also asking questions. I'm trying to understand that why you
I wouldn't let her... So this is another reason why Earthling Ed is a shit debater. You should never let anybody dodge like this. Just cut her off, say, I asked you a question, you accused me of using emotive language. What word would you use to describe chambers that are filled with gas that are meant to kill sentient beings?
On the reduction of animal suffering, then what I would say is that many human beings take huge enrichment from the pursuit and cultivation of great food. And I'm not talking about very specific fringe examples like dog fighting and things like that. Actually, this is a almost near universal kind of human practice.
But the problem is the argument you're using, you're choosing an argument to justify individual behaviors. And if you're saying that pleasure is a moral justifier for doing things to animals, especially things so extreme as
but
gas chambers...
not just pleasure, satisfaction, warmth, comfort, enjoyment, engagement with our cultural heritage.
Yeah, but there's lots of examples of things around the world where that would be the case. But again, if we're talking about sort of cultural satisfaction and pleasure... Let's say, for example, there was a culture around the world where sort of bestiality was a culturally ingrained normal practice.
Again, we're talking about something much more universal.
No, it may be more universal, but what I'm doing is I'm using our argument and applying it to another scenario where it could theoretically be justified. And so if we think about scenarios where things could be done to animals in the name of pleasure, most of those things we'd find to be morally reprehensible, regardless of the amount of pleasure that it provided to the oppressor. I think that pleasure is a very, very dangerous justification because some of the worst things that humans do to other humans or do to other animals are done in the name of pleasure, whether that be sensory pleasure and emotional pleasure that comes from gratification, from feeling powerful and dominant. These are very scary justifications to use. And I think that if we start using these justifications to condone throat slitting, gas chambers, or whatever term you want to use to describe gas chambers, I think that's a very scary society that we end up in.
Ed Winters, thank you very much indeed.
That was mid. He did okay. He said some stupid things. Didn't let these dumb fucking assholes deflect, but it was okay overall.
Getting a lot of press. It compared identical twins on either a vegan or an omnivore diet, and they looked at their biological age. So chronological age is...
You would shred these people alive in a debate. Just chew them up and spit them out. They'd run.
Oh yeah, they would. I know exactly what cunts like that would do. They would start complaining about how I'm too hostile and aggressive, and I'm not letting them share their very valid point. And if I talk to them in that kind of way, I'm not going to be able to convince them, and I have to act nice. I know exactly what these fucking losers do. And I don't give a fuck. Eat shit. If you want to deal with me, you'll deal with me on my own terms. Thanks for the donation, Max G.
It's just time. How long has it been since I was born? Biological age is how aged I am, my tissues or my physiology. And two people born on the same day can age at different rates. I think we all know that. So they tried to ask, do these two diets, vegan and omnivore, affect the rate of aging differently? And this was part of the twin study out of Stanford. We've looked at this before, their main study, looking at body weight and blood work. We've covered that in a previous video. There's also a Netflix show looking at the study that was kind of controversial. We've looked at that as well. So this new paper is looking at the same set of 20-ish pairs of twins, randomly split. One of the twins goes on the vegan diet, the other twin goes on the omnivore diet, and then they're followed for 8 weeks on those diets. And this study specifically focused on this question of the rate of aging. So how are they measuring this rate of aging? Using what's called epigenetics. So our genetics is just our DNA code that we inherit from our parents, but the same code can be expressed differently. Genes can be turned on or off. So scientists can measure chemical modifications to the DNA that regulate the function of our genes. And these chemical modifications change with age. There's kind of an age signature to our DNA, kind of like chemical wrinkles that accumulate on our DNA with age. And epigenetic age is known to be affected, to be influenced by our environment, by our behavior, by our lifestyle. Smoking, for example, increases our biological age. So they asked, okay, what effect do these two diets have on our epigenetic age, our biological age? They essentially found that the twins randomized to the vegan diet had a change to their epigenetic signature to a younger pattern. So biologically a little younger after the 8 weeks on the diet than before the diet. Almost like it turned back their epigenetic clock a little. And the twins on the omnivore diet, on the other hand, saw no significant change over the 8 weeks. They also looked at epigenetic signatures related to specific tissues, and they found a reduction, a rejuvenation.
Hey, that's a penis in a nutsack.
In biological age of 5 organ systems or physiological processes on the vegan diet. Inflammation, heart function, hormones, liver, and general metabolic function. whereas the twins on the omnivore diet saw no significant change. They also looked at telomeres. Telomeres are the caps on the end of our chromosomes, and they usually get smaller with age as cells divide. But they actually saw an increase in the average telomere length, by some measures at least, in the twins assigned to the vegan diet, although there was some discrepancy depending on which method they used. On the other hand, the twins assigned to the omnivore diet, no significant change to telomere length. And they also looked at epigenetic signatures, epigenetic changes that are related to the risk of diabetes. And this was a bit mixed. On the twins on the vegan diet, changes to one DNA site indicated an increase in diabetes risk, whereas to another site indicated a decreased risk. So unclear. And the twins on the omnivore diet, no significant difference to either site. So what does all this mean? Kind of similar to the conclusions of their main study, looking at the general epigenetic data, suggests that the twins on the vegan diet benefited a bit more health-wise. But the question, just as we saw with the first video, is whether these changes are because the diet is vegan or whether it's something else about the intervention. So this is the same caveat as the original study. And by the way, the authors are very clear about this. They state it very clearly in their study, in their discussion. So they're very aware of this. So one obvious confounder, for example, is that the vegans ended up eating fewer calories, about 200 a day, less than the folks on the omnivore diets. And as a result, they lost more weight, about 1.5 kilos over the 8 weeks. So the results could be reflecting the weight loss rather than the diet being vegan specifically. In fact, there is a trial published not long ago called the calorie trial. And this was a randomized trial where they cut calories by 25%, but it wasn't a vegan diet specifically. And then they followed the participants for 2 years, and they saw a rejuvenation of one of these epigenetic metrics that also was reduced in the twin study on the vegan diet. So calories by themselves do seem to have an effect on epigenetic age, on biological age. Although there were 2 other epigenetic metrics that were significantly improved, rejuvenated in this twin study that were not significantly changed in the calorie study. So it is theoretically possible that there's something else going on here. It's always really tricky to compare across different studies because they look at different populations, they have different designs. But it's interesting to note, for example, that this study, although it had a very short duration, only 8 weeks, saw a change in several of these metrics of biological age. So I think that's surprising. I wouldn't necessarily have expected these changes for a study that is so short. Other trials have looked at the effect of diet on biological age, on epigenetic age, by looking at other healthy dietary patterns, like the Mediterranean diet, for example, that are not a vegan diet per se, but have a lot of fruits and vegetables, unprocessed plants, have a focus on sources of unsaturated fats like fish, seafood.
Dude, I want to eat those olives. God damn, do I love olives.
Food, olive oil, and several.
I want olive oil on and olives on pizza. I just want to get a big pizza with lots of fucking olives.
Several of these trials have reported some epigenetic rejuvenation after 1 or 2 years on these diets. So being aware of all this context, it's possible that the results of this study are due to the weight loss. It's possible that they're due to one of the features that are shared by all of these diets, like the fiber content, for example, a high fiber diet or a high plant diet. Or it's possible that there is some component here that is specific to the vegan diet. But this trial, this design can't really uncouple all those possibilities. It would be really interesting to see a vegan diet compared to another diet that is not vegan, but similar calories. That would allow us to uncouple some of these factors. The other limitation, and this is kind of obvious, is that these patterns of epigenetics, these signatures, aren't the same as actually following a population for decades and recording who dies and seeing kind of their actual longevity. There are other data sets that look at mortality and actual deaths on different diets, like the Adventist Health Study, for example, but they're usually not randomized. That's usually the trade-off. With randomized trials, usually you have a shorter duration, a few years if you're lucky, and for really long data sets, for really long follow-ups of decades, it's almost always not randomized. So there's actually a new analysis from the Adventist Health Study that just dropped about a week ago, coincidentally, and they found that all-cause mortality, total deaths in vegans, were not significantly different from.
Gordon Ramsay was vegan. Do you think he'd be the best vegan chef? No. Gordon Ramsay sucks as a chef. He is not good. massively, massively overrated. He's just a TV personality, and there are way better vegan chefs than him.
Omnivores overall. So in the Adventist Cell Study, they used their omnivores, or the meat eaters, as a reference, and then every other diet, every other group is compared to that. Then they broke down the results by age and also by sex, and they did see a significant reduction in the vegans only for males and only when recorded at age 65. For older males, recorded at 85, or for females, no
React
significant.
to this and this and this, and finally some good news.
All right, just give me a second here. Just trimming off some calluses from my hand.
Holding an assault rifle, and this is the definition of indoctrination. I grew up in North Miami Beach. I grew up in a very insulated, very Jewish community. We were taught that Palestine and Palestinians, that's not a real thing, that was made up by Arabs.
It literally was made up by Arabs. There was no nation called Palestine at the time.
Everybody over there that wasn't Jewish was just Arabs.
That's right. They are just Arabs.
But the message was always clear that Jews were not safe and that the Arabs wanted to hurt us.
They do. And they did. Like, okay. This is fucking retarded.
So that's Jen Perlman. She's actually running for Congress. Not only that, she's running against one of the most hated establishment Democrats in the country, if not the most hated, Debbie Wasserman Schultz in Florida. So this is going to be a hell of a race, and it's coming right up on Tuesday. So Jen, welcome back to TYT. How are you?
Okay, so she's basically going to spew anti-Israeli propaganda, and Jank is going to suck her cock. They're going to talk about the, APAC or whatever.
Good.
Full truth here as I was growing up.
Like a different kind of thought, rabidly Zionist. And I do not know if it's ideological or if it's just that she's bought and paid. I mean, she's taken close to $1 million just from APAC.
There you go.
Which, who knows what other aspects of the Israel lobby she's taken money from. I mean, she's still...
Like, by the way, things... Like, I don't know why people make this assumption, because things can go both ways. You would obviously suspect that if a candidate held a certain political position, like they're in support of Israel, some sort of pro-Israel lobby would probably give them money because they're pro-Israel and they want to see pro-Israel people, succeed. Could be like, I'm sure it happens, but I think it's pretty fucking rare. Like, how often would somebody who's against Zionism, hates Israel, be approached by AIPAC and then say, hey, you want to take money to support Israel? And then they say, oh, yeah, sure. Like, the likelihood of that happening seems much lower than them just finding candidates that are friendly to Israel.
Still posts pictures of herself with Benjamin Netanyahu. She's doubled down, tripled down. She was one of the Congress people pushing that resolution that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Anti-Zionism is in fact anti-Semitism. Give me, like, make an argument for why the state of Israel should be destroyed. Like, make an argument that doesn't involve some sort of anti-Semitic fucking horseshit.
Which to me is just off the wall, And she, again, maybe it's ideological for her.
Okay, these people are just fucking crazy.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has made his 9th trip to Israel in the hopes of reaching a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Now, while the U.S. has expressed optimism that a deal can be reached, Blinken also stated something that I thought was really fascinating during his meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog. So, with that in mind, let's take a look at what he had to say.
This is a decisive moment, probably the best, maybe the last opportunity to get the hostages home, to get a ceasefire, and to put everyone on a better path to enduring peace and security. I'm here as part of an intensive diplomatic effort on President Biden's instructions to try to get this agreement to the line and ultimately over the line. It is time for it to.
I don't know why these SJWs are just as hateful as conservatives now. Then again, these are the same scumbags who always talk about how much they hate whites, men and straight people.
Former New York.
Yeah, we'll never know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Congressman George Santos has pleaded guilty to charges of
Faces at least 2 years in prison, so there's a mandatory minimum?
wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. The guilty plea comes less than a month before his trial is set to begin. Santos is likely to spend at least 2 years in prison. He also owes thousands of dollars in restitution. Santos had previously maintained his innocence on multiple charges, including that he stole from political donors, used campaign contributions to pay for personal expenses, lied to Congress about his wealth, and collected unemployment benefits while actually working.
Pleading guilty is a step I never imagined I'd take, but it is a necessary one because it is the right thing to do. I'm taking responsibility because I have to. There's no other way around it. To my family, friends, and supporters, and the people of New York's 3rd Congressional District, I offer my deepest apologies. It has been the proudest achievement of my life to represent you, and I believe I did so to the best of my abilities. But you also trusted me to represent you. Amends for these not worth my.
So admitted to committing all other crimes he was charged with in the superseding indictment. As a result, he'll finally be held to account for his actions. He will go to prison for at least 2 years. He will be required to forfeit the money he made illegally.
So he is in fact getting at least a 2-year prison sentence.
To get done. It's also time to make sure that no one takes any steps that could derail this process. And so we're working to make sure that there is no escalation, that there are no provocations, that there are no actions that in any way could move us away from getting this deal over the line, or, for that matter, escalating the conflict to other places and to greater intensity.
Now, if this is indeed the last opportunity to forge a ceasefire deal, we're in a lot of trouble because there is no ceasefire deal. And that has been made clear by Netanyahu. So as the Biden administration continues to give you this faux optimism, which I'm honestly incredibly sick of hearing about because it never really comes to fruition, just keep in mind what you're about to hear from Netanyahu later in this segment. So real quick, I should note that Israel says that 111 hostages are still being held in Gaza.
For hours, we've witnessed ongoing terror attacks by Palestinian terrorists.
So that's a short clip, but I think it's really important to be precise in your language. And when you say Palestinian terrorists rather than Hamas terrorists.
Okay, wow. Anna is literally just fucking brain dead. Why do they even cover these topics if they don't know anything about it? So it's not just Hamas that's in Gaza. I think there's like 12 other small terrorist organizations operating in Gaza that are Islamic. So yes, Hamas has hostages, but so do some of these other terror networks. You idiot. That's why they said Palestinian terrorists, because there's multiple groups, not just Hamas. You fucking moron.
I mean, you give the
what
game
an
away,
idiot,
right? The bombardments that have
originally drawn it up.
This is Young Turks journalism. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
And so, guys, Iran rude and demand more because Israel said, "I'll tell you that we had in July, it would end his career."
So this is sick.
So progress are an illusion, with differences said to include whether Israeli troops will be required to withdraw fully from Gaza, as Hamas insists.
Gee, I wonder why Hamas would want Israeli troops to withdraw. I wonder. So, obviously, Israel isn't going to agree to a ceasefire deal if that's one of the conditions.
Now, in a statement on Sunday, Hamas accused Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu of putting obstacles in the way of an agreement and setting new conditions and demands.
Well, no shit, they'd say that. They're fucking Muslim terrorists. They're the most weaselly lying dipshits on the fucking planet. She's literally legitimizing statements made by fucking Hamas. She's actually saying, you know Netanyahu, he's a fucking liar and a jackass? You know how I know that? Muslim fucking terrorists who murder innocent people told me so.
And by brilliant you mean ablustly brain dead then, yes.
Yes, that's what I meant. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Like, holy shit, Young Turks.
Over the course of the week, there are at least 6 major protests planned. The demonstrations kicked off on Sunday on the eve of the...
Oh my god, nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Protest all you want. Guess what? Trump is not going to be friendly to fucking Palestinians because he fucking hates colored people. So if Trump gets elected and you're pro fucking Gaza and Hamas, get fucked. If you fucking hate Biden and shit because, oh, he's genocide Joe, well, guess what? The Biden administration, they're the ones that are trying to negotiate a ceasefire deal. They're the ones who've, encouraged more aid going through and all this fucking shit. So, get fucked. These people are just fucking children. They know nothing about politics. They don't know anything about fucking Gaza and Israel. Get fucked. Neither do the Young Turks.
Kamala Harris is now leading Donald.
Wrong. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionists ethnically cleanse and genocides entire indigenous tribes from their homeland. And no. The resistance is prisoners of war, not hostages. That's the IOF. You can quit being so fucking ignorant and Islamophobic.
Well, that was nice and retarded. Appreciate the donation, Jessica.
Trump by 6 percentage points in the latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. That is a dramatic turnaround. Harris is holding a 51% to 45% lead among likely voters nationwide.
New polling in the lead up to the Democratic National Convention, an event that we're currently at, indicates that Harris is in fact increasing her lead against Donald Trump in the national polls, which is a big deal. Usually when you hear about the Democratic contender leading, especially when it came to Biden, he wasn't quite leading enough in the national polls to put Democratic voters' minds at ease. But things are starting to change now that Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee. So a new ABC News, Washington Post, Ipsos national poll showed that Harris is in fact leading by 6 points among likely voters. So take a look at this. Harris is at 51%, whereas Donald Trump is at 45%. Now, in addition, a CBS News YouGov poll gave Harris a 3-point lead nationally. But while Harris has that lead when it comes to the national polling, a CBS News YouGov poll, the same CBS News NewsGov poll, found that she is in fact tied with Donald Trump in some of the critical battleground states. So take a look at this.
Yeah, it's +3 nationally for Harris, but the fact is that while everyone's opinion counts in the nation, it's not.
Do these SJWs really think that Trump cares about Hamas? That's so laughable.
They don't think anything. They're basically like lice. They just jump around, suck blood, and die. They're not thinking about anything they're fucking doing. Nothing they do makes fucking sense. They're holding like Queers for Palestine flags. Like, you ask, like, okay, if they're so against Biden, then why are they fucking trying to fuck over like Harris's campaign so Trump wins when Trump is more anti-Hamas and anti-Palestine? They don't think that. They're not thinking. They just move through fucking life like lice. They just jump around aimlessly and pointlessly until they can suck blood from something. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I have an idea. Make Israel to join NATO and have all NATO countries invade Gaza like the US and Canada did during D-Day. Guaranteed win. What a non-cookie cutter idea.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Thanks for the donation, Cookie Cutter Sarah Safari.
Lol. Thought of a new merch idea for you. You should have it say, thanks for buying my merch, dumbass. I would actually buy it.
I'll consider making something like that. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
It's not the national popular vote that decides the presidency. It's the battleground states, the ones that happen to be closest. Starting in July and heading into right up to now.
Well, we'll see. I think Harris is probably going to win, but you never know.
Significant difference compared to omnivores. The group that reduced deaths most consistently compared to omnivores was actually pescatarians. They had between 10 and 25% lower all-cause mortality than the omnivores. And it was significant at both ages they looked at and in both sexes. Now, people often ask, I've heard this question many times, if it's because of supplementation, maybe the vegans weren't taking B12, or maybe it's the omega-3s. The pescatarians obviously are going to get their DHA, EPA from fish or seafood, and the vegans aren't taking, usually most vegans aren't taking algae oil or anything like that. So the question is, okay, if the vegans were supplementing with omega-3s with some algae oil or fish oil or something, maybe they would perform just as well or maybe even better. We can speculate all day.
Well, the vegan men did better than the pescatarian men. It's only when you looked at both groups combined that vegans did worse than the pescatarians.
Right now, the answer is we don't know, and these are the results we have. On this topic of diet.
By the way, there's also the Oxford vegetarian cohort where, again, both groups combined, they had lower all-cause mortality.
Diets and mortality and longevity, people often ask about the blue zones. And we've talked about it before at length. We have a whole video going over what they are, their findings, and their limitations. And I'm going to put that right here. And here's that video on the Netflix.
Hard problem of valence.
It'd just be like,
it is way too long.
One of the most.
Let's get into the debate. I just have to go take a piss. I'll be back in a second. Oh, crap. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Oh my God. All right.
Simple example here. The God of the Quran was able to describe himself as.
So let's see.
Islam is monotheistic. There is only one God. This is known as Tawheed. Christianity is polytheistic because Christians worship three separate gods known as the Trinity. Christians claim that this is false.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Before getting into a debate about Christianity, you think they'd like actually research this? Christianity is polytheistic. It's not just it's not because of the Holy Trinity. The Holy Trinity just means God can be three different things at once, basically. Christianity is polytheistic because it acknowledges the existence of other gods. Nowhere in the Bible does it say there's only one true God. It just says you may not worship any other gods before me. So that's why Christianity is polytheistic. It just acknowledges that other gods exist, but it commands you to only worship one God. This is already a fucking huge L for the Muslim idiots. They don't even understand anything about fucking Christianity.
Hello noobs, listen you left-wing beta male fucks, Trump is gonna win. Real men vote for Trump. Trump 2024 MAGA mother / fuckers. Trump's gonna win Georgia, Texas, Florida, Nevada. Leave the Kali cucks for Kamala. Wait. Biden was the best president, forgive me.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, David Brent.
The Trinity is not three separate gods. The Trinity is three in one. But does this claim make sense? First of all, there's a logical contradiction in the Trinity. How can the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit all be one God, but they also not be identical beings? The Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God. It's all one God, but the Father is not the Son is not the Father, and neither of them are the Holy Spirit. This is a logical contradiction. The only way to solve the contradiction is to admit that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are three separate gods, not just one God. This is, of course,
no. An easy way to solve that contradiction is just by saying God can do anything he wants. He can be three separate people and the same thing at once. That's the dumbass Christian fucking cope response. Because if a God is all-powerful, that means he can do anything, and he can form into three different beings while still being the same being.
Polytheism. As Muslims, we challenge Sam and Jay to resolve this logical contradiction for the audience. Explain to us how the Father, Son, and Spirit are all one God, but they're not identical with each other, and explain it in a way that the average layperson can understand it. A layperson can understand that God is one. He is one God, and he can have multiple attributes. That's Islamic monotheism. I can explain it in one sentence. Can Sam and Jay explain the Trinity without resorting to a bunch of convoluted gobbledygook? We'll see. What Sam and Jay want to do is to try to claim that Islam's conception of God is actually just as complicated as the Trinity. This is a cheap debate tactic, as we'll see. They can't address the logical problem of the Trinity, so they want to make it seem like we have the same problem in Islam. But we don't. There is nothing analogous to the logical problem of the Trinity in Islam. For example, they might claim that Allah's attributes in Islam are incoherent. No, they're not. We can all understand how a person can have multiple attributes, how God can be all-knowing, all-powerful, merciful, loving, etc. This is not hard to understand. Those attributes of God are not separate people.
All loving, go kill the Jews. Those two things don't seem to coincide with one another.
With their own minds, but according to the Bible, Jesus and the Father have separate knowledge. They have separate wills. For example, in Mark 13:32 in the Bible, we read, "But about that day, i.e. the day of judgment, no one knows, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father." So the Son doesn't know when the day of judgment is, but the Father does know. So this indicates two separate minds. This is polytheism. There are more examples that we can cite in the rebuttal sections, but keep in mind that in the 7th century, the official position of the Church in the Third Council of Constantinople, they held the position that Jesus has two wills. The Church defined Jesus as having two energies and two wills, one divine and one human. Two separate wills means two two separate minds. This means that Jesus and the Father have two separate minds
Have
and
a
are
good
therefore
night,
two separate
Aaron.
entities. You either explain this by admitting it is polytheism, or you have to give us some convoluted explanation of how two minds or three minds are still one God. There's nothing analogous to this in Islamic theology. Islam says there's one God. He has knowledge, he has will, one knowledge. These things are not divided between multiple persons or energies or anything like that. And all of this Islamic monotheism is clearly expressed in the Quran, by the way. Contrast this with the Bible. Jesus is meant to be God, all-knowing, and the only teacher to the disciples, but the Jesus of the Gospels doesn't describe the doctrines of the Trinity. We have to rely on Paul and the church fathers to explain what the Trinity is. That's strange. If God wants us to know him, believe in him, lay the foundation for a general understanding of him, why would he leave that to different authors at different times in different places over several centuries, such that when God is finally described in Scripture, it results in a mystery, and we need all these church councils to figure it out. The way that Christians have come to understand the Trinity is what we'd expect if God did not reveal the doctrines of the Trinity. On the other hand, the God in the Quran revealed 4 short lines that any human being can read and instantly understand who God is and what his attributes are. This is exactly what we would expect from an all-knowing, wise, just, merciful, and loving God who cares about his creation. The 4 lines are the 112th chapter of the Quran. Say, he is God, one God, Allah, the completely self-sufficient. He neither begets nor is born, nor is there to him any equivalent. Thank you.
All right. Still got roughly 30 seconds on the clock, but I'll end it there. I will turn it to Team Christianity. We'll put another 5 minutes on the clock for you guys.
Let me first, Jay, you want me to go? You go.
Either way. Go ahead.
So, okay, you want me to go? Okay.
All right, timer's on.
Ready? All right. Praise be the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the one true God, and glory to the Son of God who became flesh for our salvation. May the Lord Jesus be magnified and the falsehood of Tawheed exposed. Now, notice what Daniel did. Instead of focusing on what it means for Allah to be one, he spent the bulk of his time criticizing the Trinity, but we will answer his objections in a rebuttal period, but I'm now going to turn against him because not so fast. When he says he believes in Tawheed, what exactly does it mean for Allah to be one? Because I'm aware that Daniel does believe the fact that the Quran is uncreated. And therefore, we now have 2 distinct eternal entities that are not identical. Why? Because I'm going to show Daniel from his authentic sources, Sahih narrations, that the Quran and the chapters of the Quran actually will intercede and debate with Allah. So now we have a paradox. Because if the Quran is the speech of Allah and that's Allah speaking, is Allah speaking to himself? So is Daniel actually a modalist? Or is he a polytheist? Or does he have a form of a Trinity? But his is even worse because it's not 3 persons, because each chapter of the Quran has a potentiality of speaking with Allah. So that means his God consists of at least 115 divine persons or divine beings who can interact with one another and appear separately. And this is all from his authentic narrations. Secondly, the second problem he has is that according to the Quran, the spirit of Allah is not Gabriel. So I'm going to now press him in a rebuttal period to prove otherwise. There's not a single verse in the Quran that says the spirit, the ruh, is Jibreel. He's now dependent on the very scholars of Islam that come centuries later to bail out Allah and his messenger, because that's what he accused the Lord Jesus, that Jesus wasn't clear enough to articulate the Trinity, but he did make an admission, which is now going to come and bite him. He admitted Paul taught the Trinity. It's now recorded. I want everyone to hear it. Paul taught the Trinity, because when we come to the scriptures, I'm going to show that even the Quran acknowledges that Paul was used by Allah to spread the truth of the gospel of Jesus Christ. More to come. The spirit, according to the Quran, is distinct from Allah.
He got him there. He absolutely fucking smoked him. So, Prophet Muhammad probably had an interest in suckering in as many people into his dumbass retard religion as he possibly can. So he tried to legitimize some religions like Christianity and say, oh, well, you're talking to the same God we are. Christianity is just as true as Islam. Why don't you join Islam? Because it's, I don't know, you can murder people and rape babies or something. So the Prophet Muhammad did in fact legitimize the Bible, saying that it is the word of God. So if Daniel Hakikajo is going to say, well, the Bible doesn't make any sense because there's this contradiction, but then the Prophet Muhammad legitimized it, well, he's got a problem here. He's going to have to admit either the Bible's true or Prophet Muhammad was wrong.
He appears.
Wait. Somebody donate? Oh, no, wait. Yes, you already donated that.
This is a man. He speaks and creates. So now if we add the spirit to the Quran and Allah, he's got about 116 divine persons or beings, and he doesn't have a singular person called Allah. Then we can go a little further and address the issue of the fact that according to our friend here, this is his belief. Allah has, well, he wouldn't use the term body parts. I don't want to misrepresent him. Allah has a foot. He has a shin. He even has loins. And he has at least 2 eyes, if not more, and 2 right hands. Now, for the life of me, if Allah is the creator of the heavens and the earth, how does he exist as an embodied being without him dwelling in space? Because if he's atemporal and he's timeless, that means his God supposedly exists when there was no time, space, and place. But if you have a foot and you have a shin and you have 2 right hands, I don't know what happened to the left one, but we'll get into that. 2 right hands, at least 2 eyes. In fact, the Arabic says 3 or more. We'll get into that. Then that means his God is an embodied being who is temporal and finite, which means that his God did not create all space or place and time, because there's a space that his body parts need to occupy in order for him to be his God. So the problem is actually worse for...
Just random vid, donate $2. Let me see.
Kristen Tate had been going around saying, oh, we're going to do a daddy's world tour for a crypto coin. This is false. The reason for this is because their legal proceeding in Romania is going to determine that they are indeed guilty for human trafficking and rape. And in the best possible scenario, Romania determines that they're not guilty. They are going to be immediately extradited to the UK for more charges of human trafficking and rape. And the only reason they're talking about a world tour is because they want to keep pumping and dumping their terrible crypto coin. Because as of now, their crypto coin is down 70% since its launch. Everyone who invested have lost money. Now, the Tates have been saying, oh, we're going to pump it, don't worry, but people have been hearing this for months, and they're still waiting. If you still listen to these idiots, you're lost and you're not going anywhere.
That guy's an idiot, but he's right about Tate. What were any of these idiots thinking? By the way, Tate is well known for scamming men. He self-admitted to this. He said he was running relationship scams where he'd basically hire girls to pretend as though they're in relationships with foreign men and then get these foreign men to send him vast sums of cash. And then these girls would just never show up, ghost them, and he'd just steal their money. And then he basically does the same thing. He promises a bunch of gullible young men that, oh, if you invest in this coin, you're going to make money and get rich. And then he just scams them. Everybody invests. He sells his fucking coins when it's up as high as it can be, and then just runs off with the money. I don't know. You have to be so stupid.
This is my personal bias. I personally like to watch Sam Shamoon debate Muslims. He feel like he's a good debater. Especially because he has one amazing memory with the Quran and the Bible.
He is good at debating Islam, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
Bodybuilders who have tragically died far too early in their careers. Rich Piana, a giant in the fitness community, shared his journey openly from steroids to his unique lifestyle. Despite his drive, the cause of his 2017 passing remains a mystery. Dallas's Big Country McCarver, a rising star.
What do you mean it remains a mystery? There was a fucking autopsy. He was doing fucking upper drugs, snorting like cocaine or something. And he ended up having like a fucking aneurysm or some shit, and he fucking dropped dead.
Left us suddenly at 26, his heart 3 times the size of a normal one, a stark reminder of the unseen consequences of enhancement. John Meadows, Mountain Dog, a sage in the sport, overcame incredible odds only to succumb to a pulmonary embolism in 2020, his wisdom echoing in the community.
That guy was an idiot. He was telling everybody to eat a high saturated fat diet. He ended up getting a heart attack and going on statins, and then he basically died of the disease later.
Vicky, an aspiring talent, faced a tragic end in a squat accident, a stark contrast to the others, but a loss felt deeply. And Ziz, a legend who inspired a generation, his heart attack at
another cocaine addict.
22 shocked the world, his legacy immortal in the fitness realm. These are the
For Jessica's dumbass or any stupid don't know you get lol.
Give a fuck, never gonna give a damn, never gonna understand. So fuck you, always gonna fuck your wife, always gonna hope you die, always gonna laugh when you cry. So fuck you.
Based. Thanks for the donation, Johnny. Yeah, just random vids.
Daniel then for us. So he's going to have to explain how is it that he's a polytheist, pagan, masquerading as a monotheist? Because what he just told you is not anchored in the Quran or the authentic Sunnah of Muhammad. So good luck in trying to defend your rational Salafi anthropomorphism. And last time I checked, his partner doesn't share his Salafi anthropomorphism. So we're going to have a field day. Now, how much time do I have?
1 minute to go. 1:10.
Hey, you want to take last minute? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'd like to point out.
Isn't it true the Trinity was never mentioned in the Bible? I don't know.
Do you speak any French? Thoughts on Quebec independence?
I know Soissant Nerf, Croissant, and, what's another word I know? Merci. It's about all I know. Thoughts on Quebec independence. Quebec is one of the shittiest provinces in Canada, and they say they want independence, but they'd completely and utterly run their country into the ground if it became its own independent country. They make no fucking money. They're fucking crazy, xenophobic dickheads. They're massively fucking racist. Basically, anybody smart living in Quebec would just fucking leave. They wouldn't let any foreigners in, so they couldn't get any high-skilled, workers or businessmen into the fucking country because they're xenophobic retards. And they'd end up becoming a broke, retarded shithole. The idea of like Quebec being independent is just fucking hilarious. They think they want independence. Our French culture is getting destroyed. What would we do if people didn't speak French, a stupid fucking language with masculine and female nouns that you have to look up in a dictionary to pronounce things, or else I don't understand. Yeah, we really need them for fucking poutine and that fucking degenerate shit they make, foie gras. That's the only fucking good thing that's ever come out of Quebec. Poutine. And those fucking retards are still making foie gras, torturing fucking ducks. So, yeah, be independent if you want. Run your fucking country into the ground, be broke-ass fucking retards, and act like you're fucking better than everybody because you speak French and you invented fucking poutine while you're all fucking broke retards. Thanks for the donation, though, the Speed Racer.
Out that in Daniel's opening statement, he also committed a fallacy, which is a form of Occam's razor fallacy. He kept appealing to the fact that because it's simple, that it must be obvious, it must be the case. Just because something seems or appears to be simpler or more obvious, or because it was only 4 short and simple sentences, has nothing to do with whether it's true or false. In fact, as we're going to see, the Muslims amongst themselves and their various schools all compete and disagree and fight, not only over the attributes, but also over jurisprudence.
Okay. Great. So there's still a little bit of time, but so that concludes opening statements. Obviously, that segues perfectly into our first thing. What I'll do is, do we have any chats to read? Or, we'll just go right into the first one. Guys, get your chats in now, and I'll read them after the first. Once you guys start talking, we'll hit the clock. We'll do that, Bill, to make it easier. Once they start talking, we'll hit the clock.
Okay, I guess I'll go first here. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulullah. Notice that for this debate, Sam Shamoon had to create a religion, a mockery, something which does not actually exist, in order to argue against the Muslims. No Muslim believes that Allah is 115 persons. Not even the Christians who didn't understand Islam, like John of Damascus, could come up with something so ridiculous. But we will find that this is the case in Christian theology, that God is another being. I mean, I do believe that I do think that they believe in, what's his name, Justin Martyr, saying that there's another entity. Of course, they would like to revise that, but that's what he literally says. When it comes to the New Testament, Jesus says it's a person cannot have 2 masters, or rather that he cannot serve 2 lords. We look at the Jesus of the New Testament, he's at odds with the Christian understanding of the doctrine of the Trinity. We can even go a step further than this. For us Muslims, yes, the Quran describes Allah in a simple way, Surah Al-Ikhlas, but from this we get a comprehensive understanding. We say that this is a Jawami al-Kalam, or speech which is extensive. You can ask us almost any question about the nature of Allah, and in those 4 short passages, we can understand it. To the point that if I were to compare this with the Bible, I would not be able to find 4 verses that simply and reasonably explain the nature of God. If God loved us, he cared for us, and he was merciful for us, then there's a duty there, a justice, where he would want us to understand him. But our Christian colleagues fundamentally cannot and do not understand God. I'll give one simple example here. The God of the Quran was able to describe himself as one, absolutely one, meaning nothing. The God of the Bible allegedly describes himself as begotten, a word of which the meaning we cannot know, and which we know was actually changed. For those who don't know, the God of the Bible, when he says that he's begotten, this comes from the Greek word monogenes. Unfortunately, that word today is not translated as unique. So if you're a Christian, does it matter to you that the Bible does not teach what you actually believe? My friend here, Sam, actually teaches that if a thing, an idea or belief, cannot stand being tested by the Bible, then it is false. So I would like to ask him, where is the belief that Jesus is begotten using the Greek of the New Testament? Brother Daniel.
Yeah, I just want to say that they did exactly what I predicted in the opening statement. They wouldn't address the Trinity at all and the clear logical contradiction of the Trinity that everyone is aware of. They had to bring up these unrelated issues like the uncreatedness of the Quran, or that Allah has hands, for example. This has nothing to do with monotheism. Maybe they don't understand what Tawheed means. Tawheed means one God, it means monotheism. And this is the claim that we're making, that polytheism is the Trinity. The Trinity is polytheism. So tell me how. I want them to explain, since their whole opening statement was bringing up the issue of the uncreatedness of the Quran and the hand of Allah. How does that contradict monotheism?
The other Muslim dude in the glasses has a very punchable face. Kick some butt, Sam Shamoon.
Yeah, he does. if you knew anything about Daniel Hakikijo, you would also say he has a pretty punchable face. But this is probably going to be good. He's probably going to smoke them. Thanks for the donation, Johnny.
How does God having a hand, however you want to explain that hand, it has nothing to do, by the way, with Salafi or the other theological schools of Kalam in Islam.
30.
All of the schools are united on this. All Muslims are united on this. God having a hand does not mean that the hand has its own mind, that the hand is its own entity, its own God, its own person. No theologian has ever said that. There's no challenge to monotheism of Islam by bringing up the hand or the Quran or anything like that.
Sure.
Or the shin. Yeah. And again, like you just said perfectly, 115 God, like separate gods with minds. The Quran doesn't have its own mind.
That is time. Okay. I will turn it over to team Christianity here. This is the bottom of the first round here. Billsy, we got the timer for them, 4 minutes again on the clock. And when you guys start speaking, we'll set the clock once you start speaking. You're going to have something to say?
Jay, do you want to go or you want me to go?
Let me have 1 or 2 minutes and I'll stop it to you. So I did want to address what Daniel said because, of course, he misstated several things about what our position is. First of all, the argument about attributes was not that you believe that they're persons. Sam was making an analogy to show that you have the exact same problem in your position, and you have a double standard when you try to say that we have to solve this Trinitarian dilemma. It's a contradiction. But your view of the attributes is not subject to that problem. That's just a double standard. What's the point? Nobody said that you believe that the attributes are persons, so that's a misdirection. First of all, didn't Hikichu already admit that Paul taught the Trinity? And I think Ijaz disagreed with that. So which one is it? Did Paul teach the Trinity or did he not? And then I would also add that Christ does not have a human person, and that's why the notion about divine mind is a two-mind scenario where he shares a divine mind with the Father and he has limitations in his human mind. That's why it's two minds. So you try to say that he had one mind and it was separate knowledge. The expression where he says that he's limited in knowledge is a reference to rhetoric, and if you can read St. Basil, 234, 5, and 6, he talks about these.
As an atheist, who do you think makes less sense out of these two religions, Islamic extremism aside?
Islam. Without a doubt, Islam. The big difference between Islam and Christianity is that they consider the Quran as direct word from God and it is infallible. So with that sort of view, if you find any contradictions, it immediately disproves the entire thing. Like a perfect being wouldn't contradict himself. Christians, on the other hand, recognize, at least, most of them, or any reasonable Christian, this is the traditional view, that the Bible is flawed, it does have contradictions, these are just multiple accounts of different people who have witnessed Jesus or witnessed miracles, and they all have different stories to tell, and you kind of have to piece things together for yourself, what is or is not true, or most true, or maybe like both of these people just saw different things and you can piece two things together. And it's left to interpretation. It's not considered like the objective truth from the Word of God. So Christianity can have these contradictions, and it's fine. You just have to kind of piece together things for yourself and, kind of come up with some of your own thoughts on the situation. So if there's a contradiction in the Bible, like, it's already recognized that the Bible does have contradictions. So on that basis alone, Christianity makes a lot more fucking sense. But on top of that, like, again, Muslims claim that God is an all-loving, all-powerful being, but he also commands his followers to fucking kill Jews and non-believers, murder apostates, treat women as second-class citizens. You're allowed to have slaves, sex slaves. Like, it's barbaric and fucktarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Linguist.
I'm confused. You mentioned square footage earlier. Doesn't Canada use the metric system? Do you use miles and gallons?
So in typical everyday speech, we usually use inches to describe smaller measurements. So if we're talking about television sets, like, oh, how many inches is your TV? We'd we'd use inches. If we're talking about like, or like the size of like a house, we usually use feet. But for any kind of practical work, so if you're on a construction site or a job site, everybody uses metric, nobody uses imperial. So all sort of construction or machining or manufacturing, we all use metric. But in everyday life, we go by pounds, inches, feet. Usually use yards too, because like on a golf course, they'll tell you how many yards something is. But for our cars, we use kilometers per hour, so we don't go by miles per hour. We use like kilometers per hour, so we sort of use a mix. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot.
If Frank closed his business and went completely vegan, would you forgive him for everything he's done? Also, please read his latest community post.
Wait. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. My bad. No, I'd never forgive Frank. The guy's a narcissist, and he's never going to change. He's always going to be that way, no matter what he does, and he's always forever going to be a piece of shit. For any of you commenting or trying to make suggestions, I went to the best and most popular doctor for the initial cosmetic surgery. For the correctives to bismuth surgery, I went to one of, if not the best surgeons in New York for the procedure, so I'm in a position where I have no idea what doctor or clinic is able to fix this issue. On the cosmetic side, the initial procedure should be reversed to some degree, but that comes with the risks. That initially messed up my vision and made me cross-eyed. There is also a limited amount of times the strabismus procedure can be done. What a fucking idiot. Well, he fucked up his face and fucked up his eyesight. Fuck Frank. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot.
I wish Islam would become obsolete. When do you reckon that will happen? Or the concept of religion in general?
Look, Islam is already obsolete. Nobody fucking likes Islam. If, like, every country that has had to deal with a large amount of Muslim immigrants, they all hate them now and they want them to fucking leave. It's happened in Germany, it's happened in the UK, it's happening in Sweden. Everybody wants them to fucking leave because nobody wants to put up with that stupid bullshit. Tons of Muslim immigrants also come to these countries because they're fed up with fucking Islam. Look at the entire state of Iran. Nobody fucking likes Islam there. They all fucking hate the government and the fucking religious leader there. Nobody is in support of them. Everyone hates Islam. The only people who are still promoting Islam are just crazy fucking deluded whack jobs. And they can't even get along with each other. There's Muslims fucking blowing each other up because they're debating over how many times you should pray per day or an exact interpretation of like a section in the fucking Quran. Like they even hate each other. So it's already irrelevant. It's already fucking done. You're just seeing like these types of people are the last sort of vestiges of a dead culture, basically. Everyone sees these people as fucking crazy idiots. No one takes them seriously. Everybody knows they're fucking anti-Semites, terrorists, pedophiles or pedophile enablers. Nobody likes these fucking people. And, it's just a few small, dumb, woke communities on the left that think, oh, Muslims are just like us. Well, again, as soon as these Muslims come into their fucking town and start fucking harassing gay and trans people and saying racist and anti-Semitic shit, again, they're all going to change their tune and they're all going to want them fucking gone. As far as the concept of religion in general, I don't know how long that's going to take, but probably just a few more generations, and it's just going to be dead. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist. Dodo donate $2. Sleepy Joe speaking. Shut up and listen. Let's see if he brings the fire like he did last time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Maybe I'll react to that tomorrow after the stream's over. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is Canada less political than the US? Do you like Trudeau?
I think what you mean is Canada as politically polarized, and are political issues as, or just general issues as, politicized in Canada? There isn't as much political polarization, and topics like climate change or, you know, gender transitioning, it's not as politicized in Canada. And no, I hate Trudeau. He's a fucking Weasley scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Agreed 100%, but then there are countries like Somalia full of people and societies that preach extremist Islam and anti-Semitism. I think 100% of Somalia is Muslim. No surprise that it's one of the least safe countries.
Well, again, Somalia is a shithole. Like, does anybody want to go to Somalia? Does anybody like living in Somalia? Last I checked, every fucking Somalian living in Somalia wants to leave Somalia. So again, nobody wants Islam, even Muslims. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist.
These issues and explains that just as Jesus says in other places that there's no one good but God, he's not literally saying that there's no one else good, because in other passages he calls himself good. He calls the Holy Spirit good as well, and so it's a feature of rhetoric. You have the same types of expressions in your own Quranic exegesis where you try to solve these dilemmas, but you don't want us to have that, right? Sam, I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, notice how Daniel conveniently wants to evade what the topic is. The topic is Trinity versus Tawhid, but I know he can't defend Tawhid because it's irrational, so he just wants to attack the Trinity, thinking that Tawhid wins by default. Daniel, you're the one who set up the topic, Trinity versus Tawhid. You didn't want to...
Elias Tony Tillers, if Islam was a country. Turkish man visits Lahore in Pakistan, describing it as a shithole, does not do the place justice. Stinking piles of rubbish in the street, people defecating in the street, food prepared in open air, completely unsanitary, lots of Islam. Let's see.
En zor olduğu şehir Lahore'dayım arkadaşlar. Şu anda Pakistan'dayım.
Sağlıklı nefes almanın imkansız olduğu, çöplerin neredeyse hiç toplanmadığı, gıda güvenliği alanında ciddi sorunlar yaşayan, hijyen koşullarını sağlamaktan çok uzak hastanelerin olduğu, bazı insanların sokağın ortasında tuvaletlerini yaptığı Lahore'da bir hafta geçirdik. Gördüklerinize inanamayacaksınız. Türkiye'ye kaçak yollarla gelmeyi planlayan insanların Türk askeri ve polisinden isteklerini de madde kullanarak türbede zikir çeken Müslümanları da gördük.
Ya Allah! Ya Muhammed! Ya!
Bu arada arkadaşlar...
Yeah, well, that's what Islam gets you. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
I do it separately, so stop whining about it. Now, coming back to the issue, maybe you didn't hear what I said. the Quran must have a mind independent from your God if the Quran is going to argue with your God and the individual chapters. Here, Sahih Muslim, book 4, number 1757. Abu Umama said he heard Allah's messenger say, recite the Quran, for on the day of resurrection, it will come as an intercessor for those who recite it. How does the speech of Allah intercede with Allah if it's a speech of Allah? Is Allah speaking to himself in a different mode? Then you are a modalist. So your tawheed is modalism. But then it gets worse for you. Recite the two bright ones, Al-Baqarah and Surah Imran, chapters 2 and 3. For on the day of resurrection, they will come as two clouds or two shapes.
Let's just hope Ilum never takes over this country.
It won't, because nobody wants it. Again, as soon as you get like a kind of a tipping point where there's enough Muslims, you're just going to get enough of these crazy radical Islamist nut jobs that nobody wants anything to do with these Muslim communities. And then you get the UK, you get Germany, you get Sweden, where everybody just wants them to fucking leave. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Or two flocks of birds in ranks, pleading for those who recite them. Pleading with who? With themselves? If the surahs of the Quran can appear independently, separately, and appear in visible form, and argue with Allah, that's either your God being schizophrenic, arguing with himself in different modes, so you're a modalist, or you have now separate gods arguing with one another, so you're a polytheist, or you have to believe that Tawheed encompasses a plurality of distinct entities who can then interact and argue with one another. So don't run and evade with your smoke and mirror tactics. Deal with the issue. You didn't understand what I meant about your God's body parts, even though you don't like to use the term body parts. And no, not all the Sunnis define the hand of Allah.
Whatever happened to Sverige and Milk Jar?
Well, Sverige is still uploading. Everybody thinks Milk Jar is dead, and it is possible that Sverige killed him. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
As meaning what you mean, because you have those that say that it's a metaphor for his power. You do not believe this. So I'm still trying to figure out, do you believe in a finite God who assumes time and space? Because if he has a hand, two right hands, what happened to his left? Maybe you can explain. He has a shin, he has loins. That means he's an embodied being. If he's an embodied being, he requires space. Unless you want to create another contradiction with your rational Salafi anthropomorphism.
Still 20 on the clock, okay.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't know, because I'm trying to speak fast, make the time. So yeah, Daniel, remember what the topic is. I know maybe sometimes being a little intimidated, you forget. Trinity versus Tawheed. Don't run from shouldering the burden of proof.
All right, so I will turn it back. That completes round one on, the first set of rounds. We're going to go into round two of this. I'm going to turn it back to Team Islam here. Again, with Tawheed versus the Trinity. Daniel, I'll turn it back to you, or EF, or either one of you that wants to take it for 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'll take this. Yep. So this is quite simple. How is it possible that they don't understand that the Quran also uses rhetoric? In fact, in the Quran, Allah says he uses examples of every kind. So it's not that hard to understand it. But there is a problem here for Jay, because Jay seems to think that in Mark 13:32, this is simple rhetoric. Unfortunately, the scribes of the Bible did not see it that way, which is why they had to repeatedly change this verse over several centuries. They clearly saw a problem with it. If there was no problem, why did the scribes change it? Unfortunately, Jay, the scribes factually disagree with you. I'm sorry, but someone later like St. Basil trying to allegorize it is not going to solve the physical problem of your scribes changing the Bible. Secondly, Sam seems to not understand basic Islam. He begins by asking, what is Tawheed? Good question. Let me teach you. Allah is absolutely one. Allah has distinct attributes, and Allah does not need anything. He's not multiple persons. He doesn't rely on anyone or anything other than himself. He is beginningless and endless, meaning he's the first and the last. If I were to ask the God of the Bible, is he the first and the last? We know that very recently, the scholars at the ECM have decided that God the Father in Revelation 21:6 actually became the first and the last. That's a problem for the Trinity. Do you believe that God had to become the first and the last? Who made him the first and the last? For us, that just seems unreasonable nonsense. Daniel?
Yeah, so Sam wants to make a big deal about the Quran speaking. So he read that hadith. Sam is not familiar with the Quran. So in chapter 36, verse 65, we read in the Quran, on that day we shall seal up their mouths, but their hands will speak to us and their feet bear witness to everything they have done. Does that mean that our hands and feet have minds? Did any Muslim in history ever interpret that verse that the hands and feet of our own bodies have minds? Yet they will speak for or against us on the day of judgment. So this is an interpretation that he has that no one has ever made in the history of Islam. But many Christians and theologians and church fathers have debated and discussed the knowledge of Jesus being different from the knowledge of the Father, and the will of Jesus being different from the will of the Father. Jesus has a separate human will, and this is what they will not explain. Explain that problem, that contradiction. God having a hand, guess what? That's a problem for the Trinity as well, because the New Testament in Acts 7:55 describes Jesus as standing at the right hand of the Father. So what is the right hand of the Father? Is that in space? Does the Father have a body? Can you explain that? What is the hand, the right hand of the Father? Does he have a left hand? Does the Father have a body? Like, does the Father have two sides? Explain that verse within Acts, and that's in the New Testament. So I'm very interested to understand if this is a corporeal, physical Father or not, or what does the Bible mean? Do we have an explanation of that? So this.
Do you think Islam can go through a reformation like Christianity? Yes, and it will, and it already is. Islam, as we know it, is dying and dying pretty quickly.
It doesn't matter if you take the hand of God to be metaphorical, if you take it to be bila kayf, meaning without modality. That doesn't contradict tawhid. It doesn't contradict monotheism. Explain how having a hand, God having a hand, means that it's not monotheism. That's what you can't do.
Jay, you want to go? You want me to go?
Go ahead. Wait, is my hard time up?
10 seconds. Yeah, you still have 10 seconds, but it's dwindling down now.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
do you want me to? Let me ask Jay though, because we don't. You want me to split the time with you? Or you want me to take the 4 minutes?
I need about 1 or 2 minutes. You can go ahead.
Why don't you go with your 1-2 minutes?
Before you guys go, Dan, did you get everything out that you needed to get there? Because I think there might have been a confusion on the time.
Yeah, I got everything out. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just want to make sure it's all good. All right, Jay, you're gonna kick it off on this one.
Right. So going back to the text about. Are you ready?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Going back to the text about the limitation of Jesus' knowledge, he said the scribes changed it. If the scribes changed it, why is it still in the text talking about the exaggeration of the limitation of his knowledge? When I said exaggeration or rhetoric, I didn't say allegory. So I don't think Ijaz knows the difference between the grammatical terms of exaggeration and allegory. I did not say it's an allegory. It's similar to other passages where Jesus talks about straining a gnat, swallowing camels. This is called exaggeration. And so in the same way, he can say no one is good but God. Okay, nobody believes that literally means that there's literally no one good. Like the prophets weren't good, Jesus isn't good, the Spirit isn't good. No. He's talking about no one is good but God the Father in a specific sense of God being the Father being the arche, the principle, the fountain, and the cause. The last thing I'll say is that we're not subject to the same problems as you guys, well, particularly Daniel, because we don't have the anthropomorphic error about God the Father. So what we believe about the mode of the Son coming into time and space, you have that same issue with Allah himself. You're saying that Allah has these parts, which you say are attributes. And by the way, don't you two disagree on the status of those attributes between yourselves? Yep. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, let me piggyback off of what he just said. Now, he was talking about that the Quran talks about hands and feet speaking, they don't have minds. How do you know that? Where did the text tell you that? Notice his appeal to authority. He says, well, no Muslim scholar, yes, I know you live in denial, just like you live in denial that you're pagans and polytheists for a variety of issues, especially kissing the black stone. It doesn't matter what your scholars say, it's what you can prove. So prove to me that when hands and feet are speak, they're mindless. So now let's take your analogy with the Quran. So a mindless Quran will be engaging Allah. So you're going to have the Quran engaging with Allah, even though it doesn't have a mind of its own. So now we're back to square one. If the Quran is a speech of Allah, how does Allah's speech speak to himself? Is Allah speaking to himself, but in a different mode? You didn't answer that dilemma. Now coming back to the issue of God in the right hand. Unlike you, according to the scriptures,
yeah, I've been to Niagara Falls. It's pretty cool.
Like your position as a Salafi anthropomorphist, the Bible says God is spirit. So I'm going to challenge you to show me in your Quran and Sunnah where it says your Allah is spirit. And in the context of John 4:24, God is spirit, meaning that he is bodiless, incorporeal, because he's the creator of heavens and earth. But that God can appear visibly. God the Father appears visibly in heaven. That's Daniel 7:9, verses 10, chapter 7, verses 9 and 10, Revelation chapter 4. So when it says that Jesus in his glorified physical body enters this heavenly realm where angels dwell, heaven itself is created and God can manifest in heaven, and Jesus physically being seen by the inhabitants of heaven, sitting at the right hand of the Father who appears visibly. But you don't believe that about the body parts of your God. You're not like Ijaz and Maturidi. You believe your God has two right hands. Where's the left one? I'm still waiting for the answer. He has loins, he has a shin, and he's going to put his foot over hell, and then you have the womb yanking on his loins. That's inside Bukhari. How many seconds do I have?
You got 50 seconds. You're good. Keep going.
50?
50 seconds, yep.
So now come back and address your polytheistic pagan beliefs. Since the chapters of the Quran can appear separately in visible form, and they are interceding with Allah, they're disputing with Allah. How, if the Quran
30.
is the speech of Allah? Time up?
No, 30. I'm just saying 30.
Okay. How is the Quran, how are the individual surahs of the Quran disputing with Allah? According to you, no one thinks they have a mind. So mindless surahs have the mind enough to know who recites them, who to defend and argue on behalf of, and argue with Allah when this is supposedly speech of Allah. So is your Allah speaking to himself? Schizophrenic deity? Anyway, I think my time's up. Go ahead.
Okay, that is time now. So we're going to go.
Did you know that it is prohibited for them to clean themselves with tissues? Many sects use their hands instead. Think of that the next time your local Dunkin' server prepares your coffee.
Yep. It's gross. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist.
Go into round 3 now. This is the final round of Tawhid versus Trinity. This is the top of the last round. 4 minutes on the clock. I'll turn it to Team Islam here. Whenever you guys go, we'll start the timer.
Ijaz, do you want to go?
Yeah, this is quite easy. So none of these points are defeaters for Islam, nor do they change or attack what Muslims actually believe. Notice the strawman that they have to create. They have to think that these are parts of Allah. Even Sam admitted, you don't use this language. So if we don't use that language, we don't describe it that way, we don't teach it that way, why is your opinion of how you read it in a very Christian way, I would say? It's very natural for you to create different reasons for God. That's the very definition of schizophrenia. Let's get something straight here. Jay is incorrect. He made the statement, well, if it's still there in the Bible from Mark 13:32, that Jesus does not know the day or the hour, how does that mean that the scribes changed it? Yes, the scribes actually changed the meaning of the term, and what the academics have gone and done is translate, and they've tried to fix and adjust what the verse means, because it occurs twice in the Bible. And in the 2 places where Jesus has no knowledge of the day or the hour, the scribes try to amend it. There is no textual critic alive today who will not testify to that. So I put it back to Jay. Let's look at the manuscripts. Sam says that your manuscripts are from the 4th century, and verbatim he says that they're a problem because the further they go back, the more that they disagree. And this refers to Codex Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, Alexandrinus, FEB Scriptus, etc. He says that it's a problem. So Jay, please address the problem. Please answer how God can be ignorant. Please answer how God can not know things. That is a God who is fundamentally agile. Lastly, on this point of Allah having parts, Muslims do not believe that. Muslims do not say as well that when the day of judgment comes and things testify, parts testify, that these mean that they are the mind of Allah. No one says that. Daniel?
Yeah, so there's a lot to say here. They keep saying that I'm Salafi this and Salafi that. Me and Ijaz are on the same page on all of these issues. You don't have to be a particular school of Islamic thought to defend Tawheed. So you keep projecting this onto us because you have no way to respond to our argument. And it's interesting that you're bringing up sects because Jay here has claimed that Catholics are modalists, that they're heretics, and that basically they are deviant. So what does Jay have to say about Catholics? He thinks that you're a deviant and a heretic, Sam, and maybe that you're going to hell. So did you clarify that with Jay before you even agreed to this debate? Second of all, for Sam, look at what Luke 19:40 says. I tell you, he replied, if they keep quiet, the stones will cry out. Stones will cry out according to the New Testament. Do the stones have minds? Isaiah 55:12. You will go out in joy and be led forth in peace. The mountains and the hills will burst into song before you, and all the trees of the field will clap their hands. Does that mean that the hills and the trees have minds? Sam, explain that. Or how about Psalm 98:8? Let the rivers clap their hands. Let the mountains sing together for joy. Does that mean that the rivers have hands and they're clapping for joy? Do they have minds? Sam, please explain all of those verses. You want to have that kind of understanding of mountains, rivers, and whatever, and you'll say that these are not minds. But the problem with the Trinity is that Jesus has a separate mind than the Father. The Father has a separate mind from Jesus. They both have a separate mind from the Holy Spirit. That means they're three separate entities and therefore three separate gods. This is polytheism. We don't have that problem in Islam. The Quran doesn't have its own mind. There's no one who ever has thought the Quran has its own mind that is separate from God. But this is what you're trying to claim, not based on any text, not based on any hadith. This is just your assertion based on nothing. So address the Trinity. Why can't you address the Trinity? You have to raise these straw men against Islam. It sounds kind of ridiculous, frankly.
Jay, do you want me to take it?
You guys still got one. Muslims, you guys are done. You only got 142 left. You still got 142. That concludes.
Yeah. So I just want to emphasize that they did not address the Trinity at all. We addressed all of their complaints against the Quran, against monotheism, against Tawheed. They haven't even started to defend the Trinity. So this is a fail, a big fail. And Sam is proof for Christians. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, could I point out as well? They didn't address the problem of Jesus' status as being begotten being changed in the actual text.
Okay,
you seem to be missing the point that Sam admitted was a problem. Sam says that the manuscripts from the 4th century are a problem. He says Codex Sinaiticus because it's filled with errors and heresies.
Real quick,
why doesn't he defend that? Does Jay agree with that?
This will do. Since you guys still have some time on the clock, and it seems like this is you guys kind of want to have a little bit of a dialogue here. If you guys want, I'm going to have Team Christianity go right now. I'm going to give them their full 4 minutes, and then what we can do is, if you guys want, I could put another 3 or 4 minutes on the clock where we'll finish off this round with Tawhid versus Trinity, where you guys have open dialogue with each other, and I can put 4 or 5 minutes on the clock.
Better than I can corner them. They can't run.
Okay, so that's what I'll do. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the clock. Well, Team Islam, are you guys okay with that? Do you guys want that? Because it seems like you guys want open dialogue here.
Yeah, that's what we want.
You guys what you want? Okay, cool. So team, give the people what they want. This is what you guys want. Awesome. So Team Cristiano will put 4 minutes on the clock for you guys, and then after this, we'll do either between 3 to 5 minutes, whatever you guys decide. I'll just open dialogue between the 4 of you. So I'll put 4 minutes on the clock here. Whenever you guys are ready, go ahead and we'll start the clock.
Roger, you want to go first, right?
Yeah, so again, Jesus doesn't have a separate divine mind. He shares the same divine mind as the Father. And when he assumed human nature, he assumed a human mind. That's part of the fullness of human nature. So we don't say that he's separate, just like the persons of the Trinity are distinct but not separate. Just like you believe attributes are distinct, not separate. Now, I know that you can't seem to follow the fact that we're not saying you believe the attributes actually have minds. We're just pointing out that you have the same metaphysical problem, that you have a double standard for saying, I'm not liable to explain that, you have to explain it. And then when we bring that up, every one of your responses on that is a tu quoque. Well, doesn't the Bible talk about body parts? Doesn't the Bible? Yeah, but we don't have the same metaphysical problems as you because we don't have the same metaphysics. So, but you don't seem to be able to follow that. So that's a tu quoque. But other than that, the other thing I would just reply to is that Ijaz kept saying that all of the scholars in the world believe this. There's not a single one that would disagree. Has he read all of the scholars? He asserted all of these things. He says the scribes changed it, yet it's still there in the text. So he's just asserting these things. We don't know where this is coming from. These are all assertions. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, we will get into scripture authenticity in the second part, but he wants to change the topic because it's too hot for him. And in the second part, he just proved Muhammad is a false prophet, and he is, but for other reasons. But let me come and address. Guys, you see how desperate Daniel is? And he's talking about, we're evading the topic. Read Luke 19:38-40. Let me show you the context because my time is fleeting. There, Jesus is being praised by children, and the scholars are saying, rebuke them. He goes, well, if they were silent, even the stones will cry out. Anyone with any common sense, but I understand it's hard for them to read a text in its literary context. He's using hyperbole, that even if they don't praise me, creation will praise me. That's exactly the context of the Psalms. The psalmist, which is poetic literature, is personifying creation to show that all creation glorifies God, because creation is a testimony to the greatness and existence of God. Nice try with that false analogy, but I want him now, when I engage you, when I ask you, so are you saying to me that when the hadith, not your Quran, says that the surahs will intercede with Allah, that's not literal? Are you saying to me when the Quran will intercede with Allah, that's not literal? I hope you say that. And on top of that, what do you do with the hadith where it says,
my girlfriend is so insecure, she gets extremely jealous, angry if I look at a picture of an attractive woman. I don't know what to do. Tell her that you do whatever you want, whenever the fuck you want, and if she has a problem with that, she can take a hike.
The trees greeted your prophet, stones greeted your prophet, and at the last day, a stone will cry out saying, hey, there's a Yahud behind me, come and kill him. Are you going to allegorize those statements, Daniel Hakikachu? I hope not, because I'm going to have a field day at your expense. And what are you going to do with chapter 47, verse 22 of the Quran? When you go to Bukhari, your prophet says there's a primordial rahim, womb, that yanked on your God's gonads. And he said, stop, stop. Are you going to allegorize that too? The fact that your God has loins, the fact that there is a womb yanking on his gonads, which is actually in Bukhari, cited even in Ibn Kathir. You're comparing apples and pineapples because the debate is over. You can't defend your irrational, incoherent, Salafi babble. And yes, I know you don't want to say the hand is literal in the sense that it's a hand like my hand. But I want to hear you from your own mouth, Daniel. Are you telling me that Allah's hand is a metaphor for power? I want to hear it. Are you going to say, Billah Kayf, it's a hand. We know it's a hand. It's unlike anything. We don't know how, but it's a hand. Because your God is not the true God. Your God is the figment of Muhammad's imagination. How much time I have?
13 seconds.
Right, so now an interaction. Get ready, boys. I know you want to change the subject. We're going to see how you're going to address these issues. So let's go.
All right. Okay, so do you guys want 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes for open dialogue between the four of you? 5 minutes? Okay. Can we put 5 minutes on the clock, please, Bills? So what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to have it just open dialogue. We're on the topic of Trinity versus Dawid, and then we're going to go into scripture next and authenticity for the next round. So I will go ahead. Who wants to kick it off first, I guess?
Who wants to do that, Jay? Me or
Team Islam?
Well, I mean, the textual stuff is round two. I don't know why you just put the whole time.
Yeah, no, because you can't deal with the topic.
So you go ahead.
The Bible holds your beliefs.
That's
How do you say that the Bible doesn't
round
change your
two,
beliefs?
Well, yeah,
Does the Bible affect your beliefs?
Okay, so
Your beliefs now.
I want to know.
Hold on, one second, guys. Hold on. What I'm going to do is I'll just have someone who wants to kick off the first question of this open dialogue, and I'm going to start the timer. Who wants to do it? Nobody?
Yeah, okay, well, I'll do it.
You go, okay. Daniel, Sam, I'm going to turn the clock on once you go. And then this open dialogue between the four of you. Guys, try please not to interrupt each other so they can hear you because it's Zoom. So they really won't be able to hear you if you guys interrupt each other. So go ahead, Sam. I'll kick it off with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Daniel, I want to hear from your own mouth. The Yad of Allah, is it a metaphor for his power?
It can be a metaphor for his power. It can be interpreted in many different ways. It does not contradict. It does not contradict Tawheed. It does not contradict monotheism.
Yes, it does.
You can have an Ash'ari position and interpret it as a metaphor, or you can have a Salafi Athari position and interpret it differently. Explain to me how it contradicts.
Okay, can you stop?
Can you explain to me? I answered your question. How does God having a hand, however it's interpreted, contradict monotheism? Can you explain that? How does having a hand? How does a hand contradict monotheism? Explain it. No, you asked me a question. It's open dialogue. You asked me a question and I answered you. Now answer my question.
So now he's filibustering.
I answered your question. Now you answer my question.
What's your position?
Okay. What do you
I've studied Salafi, Athari Islam. I've studied Ash'ari Islam.
You've studied it. You won't say your position.
What are you?
I have studied all of them. It's irrelevant to this debate. Stick to the topic. Stick to the topic. Stick to the topic. Stick to the topic. What? Explain to me. So, moderator, he doesn't let me answer the question.
So he's dodging. What's his name? Sam. If he has the metaphor position, that'll lead to a contradiction. If he has a literal position, that'll lead to a contradiction. So he's avoiding giving his interpretation.
Let me answer the question.
No, because you're doing a dodgeball.
You don't have to like my answer.
This is not. You don't have to like my answer. This is not interrogation. This is not cross-examination. You already asked me one question. Let me ask you a question now.
Okay.
Jay, is Catholicism modalism? Is it a heresy? Yes or no?
It can lead to that if they're consistent with it. Yes.
No. Is it or not?
Well, it's a false either or because not everybody who's wrong is necessarily a heretic. They're not necessarily formal heretics. You can have a material heresy.
So the Catholic position, is it a heresy or not?
It depends on the person whether they're hardened in that heresy.
No, it doesn't depend on a person. There's
you're asking me my position. I'm telling you my position. You don't have to tell me what my position is.
Let me help you. You didn't like your answer, so don't let him filibuster because he wants to get the time. Now let me ask you the question because I know that's what we're trying to do.
What do you think about that? Jay just called your church a heretic.
I'm a heretic. I deserve help. Jay, pray for me and ask the intercession of the saints. Now let's come back to the Quran.
It's ironic that you were trying to pit me against.
I asked the question. Stop being scared.
When you and him.
Yeah, there you go. Typical Muslim tactic. Just filibuster, waste time, and it'll just all go away eventually.
This believe in the same thing.
You don't believe in the same God. You and Jay don't believe in the same God. That's what
I mean,
moderator, you're gonna have to do a better job.
Yeah, it's open dialogue, and I'm trying to have it. How about this? Can you let Sam ask this question, Dan, please?
Go ahead.
I know you're scared, Daniel. Take it easy. All right. Now, your Quran. Can you let me make my comment, dude?
Well, make a reasonable comment rather than insults.
Your Quran.
You'll never get to me.
Here we go. Good.
All right, I'm gonna have 30 seconds.
Uncreated, right, Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, so the hadith that I cited, when it says Surah Al-Baqarah, Surah Al-Imran, will appear as flocks of birds, interceding for those that recited them. Do you take that metaphorically or do you take it actually?
This is a personification of the Quran, just like the Bible verses that I mentioned about rivers clapping their hands, their stones speaking. In the Psalms, I'll read them again. In Luke,
not the Psalm, hadith.
Yeah, so you're making the claim that if the Quran is personified, that means it has a separate mind.
So
and I put the point to, and I see now you're interrupting.
No, because I want you to
can I answer the question?
Good.
So I pointed out that just because there's personification, that doesn't imply that there's a separate mind. And I cited verses of the Bible. Your response was that no, this is just personification in the Bible. So personification is okay in the Bible. That doesn't imply that that stones have minds and that rivers have minds. That's fine. But if the Quran does it, or if Hadith do it, see,
your position is that you call them parts.
Can I
address your position? Or you're going to rant and rave because you want to eat up time?
You interrupt me when I'm answering you.
You asked the question. Shouldn't we be able to ask now? You just asked the question. You answered. We should be able to answer. So, no, it's our turn to ask the question.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I'm asking you a question, Sam.
Well, hold on. Let's let Sam finish real fast.
Please answer the question.
Let's let Sam finish.
You'll never get to me. We're going to keep running.
Your moderation's got.
Are we able to ask questions or not? Sam asked the last question.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, add 30 seconds to the clock. We're going to let Sam finish his point, and then we'll go ahead and let you ask your question.
Is he making points or asking questions?
Okay, so now, Daniel,
let him make his...
Stop attacking straw man. Because in the Psalm, you will not find where it says, and the moon will come and intercede for those that look to it and venerated it. The hadiths I cited is about the day of resurrection. It's about intercession. So I want to know, what do you mean by personification? When in those hadiths, it's talking about the surahs interceding with Allah. Will there be intercession? Is that true? Will people need intercession before Allah? Is that true? So what exactly do you mean by personification? Because your appeal to the Psalms shows that you don't understand what personification is.
Can I answer without interruption?
Go ahead, answer.
Elias Donate Tillers, this little ugly goblin called Jazz is a racist, by the way. Video unavailable due to a defamation complaint. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
So we'll see how
without interruption.
Okay.
Can I answer?
Yeah, and I'll give you Jazz some time as well, because you didn't get a chance. So go ahead.
Yeah, Sam didn't come to me.
Yeah, they're just dictating the question. So I cited verse of the Quran in chapter 36 that even your hands, even your feet will intercede. There are many things that will intercede on the day of judgment. That doesn't mean that those things have minds. Those things don't imply that those things are God, that those are God's mind. That's the thing. The point that we made against the Trinity is that Jesus has a separate mind, a human mind, and the Father has a separate mind. Now, Jay says that the mind of Jesus is a fully human mind, but does that mean the Father has a fully human mind as well? If not, those are two separate minds of God. So those are two separate minds, two separate entities, two separate beings. That's not analogous to your hands interceding on your behalf on the day of judgment, or the Quran, or your feet, or anything else that will intercede on your behalf on the day of judgment. Explain how Jesus can have a separate mind from the Father and they be the same mind.
So I didn't interrupt. So who you want to answer? Jay, because he just wants to ask questions.
So the separation comes in the fact that he has a human mind that he assumed, but he retains the divine mind that he shares with the Father because he's a divine person. He's not a human person. This is an important distinction in Christian theology that we don't accept the Nestorian teaching that Jesus is a human person. He's a divine subject that assumed a human mind, a human nature, a human will, a human energy. So he shares. It's a both and not an either or. So your whole question is predicated on a false either or.
All right. So that's
you
time
deny that the Father has a human mind. So
real quick,
Jesus
that
has
is
a mind
time,
that the Father doesn't have.
That is time. But did you guys want to ask Ijaz a question, or did Ijaz have a question for you guys?
They would not.
One answer. Go ahead, Ijaz. What's your question?
Simple question. Why did the scribes omit sort of in the Vulgate that Jesus doesn't know the day or the hour when it addresses him as the Son, speaking of the person, not speaking of natures?
Yeah, ask me that in the scriptural debates because I'm going to use that.
This is theological. This is theological.
No, it's
I'm asking you theologically: is the Son the person who's ignorant? Is the Son the person who's ignorant?
You accuse me of.
Can you answer the question?
Okay.
Can you answer it?
Okay. Go ahead, talk over me again. One more time.
I asked the question. It's quite simple. In Mark 13:32, when it says the Son, listen to my question. I'll tell you what my question is. You don't have to change my question for me. Let me ask my question and answer it. Listen to what I said. I asked.
Okay, Ijaz, he heard your question. Just let him answer. He heard your question.
You said about scribes changing the text. So that is referring to the veracity of the scriptures. But even if we go with your very imbalanced approach to textual criticism, they must have done a very poor job because they left intact the Father alone. So even your argument buries you because whatever the scribes did, if they inserted the word Son or omitted it, because there's a debate among textual critics, that passage still has the Father alone. So they must have done a very poor job because they didn't remove the word alone and they left Mark 13:32 intact, because I know what you're referring to, Matthew 24:36. So
that wasn't my question.
Okay, can you ask me about textual criticism?
That was my question. Was not about textual criticism. I asked you, does the Son, listen one more time. Listen one more time. I'm asking you, the scribes made a change to omit or the Son, and I'm asking you, why is it specific for the Son to be omitted if the Son is the same person who has the same knowledge as the Father? Just a simple question. If the Son has the same knowledge as the Father, why does it specify his ignorance of it?
Can't answer the question. They can't answer it.
Actually, I did.
Move on.
Okay, no, there are no two Quranic manuscripts that are 100% identical. Point to the two Quranic manuscripts that are 100% identical. Let's see.
All right. Turn it back to Team Islam. Bottom of the second round.
Yeah, so let me just run through this quickly.
Wait, can I make some points first?
Sorry, yes, go. Sure.
So what the audience should know, like all that gobbledygook that we just heard from the Christian side, when it comes to the textual preservation of the Quran, we have manuscripts, physical manuscripts that archaeologists have found that are radiocarbon dated to the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, that match with what Muslims read, memorize, and recite today. There is nothing like that when it comes to the Bible. The earliest complete manuscript of the New Testament is from the 4th century, over 300 years after Jesus. So the audience needs to remember, this is a huge difference. How can we tell that between the 300 years that Jesus was alive to the first manuscript, complete manuscript of the New Testament being found,
so he's dodging.
The teachings of Jesus haven't been distorted, haven't been changed, haven't been altered for the sake of political expedience or whatever, or theological expedience, whatever it may be. So this is a huge difference.
So he's dodging. He asked him to point to different manuscripts in the Quran that align perfectly, and he didn't do that. He's, again, just spouting off bullshit.
Between the Quran and the Bible. Let's look at the apocryphal text. Let's look at the fact that the Catholic Old Testament has more books than the Masoretic text of the Hebrew Bible. You have entire books. We're not talking about, like, all Stam can bring up are like difference in pronoun usage, like ya'malun versus ta'malun in Arabic.
Capsule Corp donate tillers. Dear fucking God, our race is the smartest species on the planet, and here these morons are debating about some fucking fairy tale, bro. The shit is too funny. Imagine a species that can build advanced technologies, but 84% believe in Sky Daddy. Yep. That's people for you. Thanks for the donation, Capsule Corp.
He doesn't even know Arabic. That's like pronouns, like a difference in pronouns. And he wants to make it a big, oh, this is so significant. Yeah, Muslims know about the qira'at. Muslims memorize the different modes of recitation. So what? Even many people that I know have memorized them. But how about the Catholic Bible having the book of Judith, having 1st and 2nd Maccabees, having additions to the book of Daniel, the additions to the book of Esther, the book of Susanna, all of these additions that are not found in the Masoretic text. Then you have another variation of the Old Testament with the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Septuagint is the Catholic version. You have all of these different manuscripts that are not small little differences. There are entire books that are not found. Now he wants to mention the surahs from Ubay ibn Ka'b. What
do I do for cardio? Lately it's either the elliptical machine I have, which is a Bowflex something. It's the Bowflex elliptical machine. It's pretty good. It's almost like a stair stepper, and my e-bike. I do, like, I was rollerblading. I haven't, like, rollerbladed at all this year because the only place I can really go to rollerblade is downtown Ottawa, but it's like a 40-minute drive, so it's kind of inconvenient. When I lived in Guelph, I could just go outside rollerblade, but the roads here in the town I'm in kind of suck.
One thing that Muslims also know is that there's disagreement about whether certain verses are part of the Quran or not. A very well-known disagreement is on the Basmala. Bismillah. Is that part of every surah of the Quran? Is it only part of Surah Al-Fatiha? There is a well-known disagreement among the schools of thought on this, but that's not some mind-blowing, it's not like a completely different book that's not found in the Catholic version or the Orthodox version of the Bible. It's just one word, Bismillah. Or if you're looking at the different surahs that you're claiming are missing, any Muslim who reads these, I can even read you the translation of these surahs. They're just the dua, the prayer that is read in qunut, in the qunut prayer. And there's a different disagreement among some of the companions on whether this is part of the Quran. Just like there's a disagreement on the Basmala, on the Bismillah being part of every single verse or not. This is not like some missing book that we don't know about. Like, this is what Muslims are reciting in prayer every day or every week on a regular basis. So you're trying to make a big deal out of the Quranic variation to hide the fact that the text of the Bible is not preserved. You can't find an authentic manuscript within 300 years of Jesus' life, let alone Moses. You have all of these variations with the Old Testament. The sects, the Christian denominations do not agree on what the books of the Bible are. What is the canonical books of the Bible? You have all of these disagreements, but we should ignore all that. And you want to bring up Ya'malun versus Ta'malun or Bel Egyptu. Like, this is a joke. So your audience is ignorant of Arabic. That's why this seems like a big revelation to them. But for Muslims, it's laughable.
That's time.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Jake, can I take the 4 minutes?
Yeah, I just have 2 points here. First of all, Daniel said the Septuagint is the Catholic version, which is not true. That's the Orthodox Old Testament. This really has nothing to do with the topic that we're discussing because the Masoretic text was used by some of the Jews. There were other groups of Jews that also used the Septuagint, so you seem to be totally unaware of any of that, which has nothing to do with which ones are the correct canon. And Sam and I agree on that point. So, Sam, I'll let you go.
Yeah, now, guys, notice the deceit and the smoke and mirrors. You see the deception on part of Daniel? He appealed to the Birmingham Quran, and then he compared that to the later codices, which were more complete, and not to the papyri that appears from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries. Now, I'm going to challenge Daniel. The Birmingham Quran that you say is from the time of Muhammad, how many surahs are contained? You have all 114 surahs. You have every verse of every surah in the Birmingham Quran. See, again, this kind of deceit and dishonesty is unbecoming someone who claims to follow the God of truth. Now let's come back to how we try to brush aside the very readings. Notice what I said about 37:12. One says, you were astonished. The other one has his God saying, I was astonished. Oh, but that's no big deal. That's something minor. We can brush it aside. Oh, really? So are you acknowledging that the variant reading affects whether your God can be impacted by the actions of his creatures in time and space? Because I was astonished and you were astonished is not the same unless you think Muhammad is Allah. And what Muhammad feels, Allah feels. Thirdly, notice again he compares apples and pineapples. He's comparing a collection of different books, the Bible, written by different authors at different times, and comparing it with one Quran that supposedly came through one medium, and yet the companions of Muhammad cannot agree on the content of that one Quran. You just buried yourself, Daniel.
Texican no vegano donated $2. Spoke to a white guy today at the taco shop and told him I was trying to get a vegan taco, and he said, I don't think Mexicans even eat vegan food except tortillas. LMFAO, meanwhile, Mexicans.
I'm going to Mexico again soon, which is making me crave tacos, which makes me think of the Por Siempre Vegana Taqueria in Mexico City, which is hands down the best tacos I've had. It's in the Roma Norte neighborhood, and they have 2 locations. They have a list of all your favorite types of tacos, and they even have agua de Jamaica on tap. These tacos are the closest tacos I've had to the ones I grew up with at the taquerias in Tijuana when I would visit my family since I became vegan, especially the bistec ones. These were so good. I went 2 days in a row and probably would have gone again if I had more time.
Yes, Mexicans do in fact eat vegan food. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Because that argument works more forcefully against your Quran because you're...
God damn it. Now I want tacos.
Comparing the work of one author, and his companions can't figure out how many surahs, how many chapters, with a collection of books written by different people at different times, so there'll be some natural confusion whether this book really comes from an inspired author. But we shouldn't find that problem with your Quran if there's only one medium, and they all memorize the Quran perfectly, which is a lie from the pit of hell. Moreover, deal with the actual argument I brought up. Abdullah ibn Masud is no Joe Schmo. Ubay bin Ka'b is no Joe Schmo. They are 2 of the 4 men that your prophet said learned the Quran from. And I have here traditions, Sahih, that said Abdullah bin Masud recited the Quran in front of companions of Muhammad, and they agree that his recitation is fresh and the way it was revealed by Gabriel through Muhammad. And yet your Uthmanic Quran doesn't agree, to the point that your Uthman wanted to burn Abdullah ibn Masud's Quran. Why, if they are slight variations? You don't go to war. You don't accuse each other of corrupting the Quran over slight variations. Stop with the lies. Sahih Bukhari, volume 6, 509, 510. So again, we're going to ask you, how come the companions of Muhammad could not figure out how many chapters? Abdullah bin Masud said only 111. Ubay bin Ka'b said 116, which you tried to pass off as dua. Are you saying Ubay bin Ka'b, the master of the Quranic reciters, did not know those 2 chapters were not surahs but prayers? So you know more than Ubay, which means that your prophet made a pathetic judgment call because he mentioned him as one of the 4, not you, Daniel Hakikachu. Thank you for bearing your Quran, and thank you for showing that Muhammad didn't know what he's talking about. Muhammad confirmed the Bible, and you're saying no, he's wrong. Why are you a Muslim? Repent, come to Jesus, Muhammad's God and judge. I think my time is up.
All right, now you still got 15 seconds, but if that...
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's it. Now stop with the paganism, come to Jesus, Muhammad's God and judge. But thank you, Daniel. You helped me show that you don't believe Muhammad. You think Muhammad didn't know what he's talking about, and I agree. And the scholars...
That's hilarious. Callian donated $2. Both religions are stupid. Listening to these people making arguments to see who's dumb and dumber. Yeah. Well, so far the Muslims have been dumber, so we've at least solved that riddle. Thanks for the donation, Callian.
There's no more than Muhammad. Stop being a Muslim.
All right, and that is time. So this is going to be the bottom of the 3rd round. Again, authenticity of scripture. So I'm going to turn it to Team Islam to finish this up, and then if you guys want, we will go ahead and have another open dialogue round.
You can moderate it good, yeah. If not,
yeah, but what I'm going to have to do is for this open dialogue round, it's going to be question answer. So both parties will be able to ask a question to the other party answers, and then they ask a question in return. But you have to answer the question. So that's how we'll have to do a question answer for each. Each party goes ahead and gets a question. We'll start with Dan. He could just ask a question to the team or to a particular person, and then that person answers that question. Then they can go ahead and ask another member of the team. That way we keep it fair. We'll put 5 minutes on the clock. So Team Islam, are you guys ready? But again, this is your guys' 4 minutes uninterrupted though. So you guys, for the last round of authenticity of scripture, whenever you guys start speaking, we'll turn the clock on. Go ahead.
This is the last round, or do they get a response after?
No, this is the last round, and then it's open dialogue after this.
Go ahead, Ijaz, you're on mute. You're still on mute. Ijaz.
Yeah, so just starting the timer. So I think that Sam just spent most of his time reading lists of verses that he does not understand. There is consensus among the early Muslims as to what the Quran is. And in fact, what he's appealing to vis-a-vis the codex from some of the companions, these are only found in a tradition that Arthur Jeffrey translated, I think, in the 19th or 20th century. It does not be...
What's my BMI? I'm not sure right now. I think I'm about 250. Let me see. I'm 31.2, which would put me in the obese range because I am that jacked. My goal weight is about 220, so I've got about 30 pounds to lose. That'd put me at 27.5. Still be in the overweight category, but I'd be very lean at that point.
To any actual physical manuscript that is actually known and dated and seen. So there's a difference between a tradition being said in past as opposed to a physical manuscript in existence. And the same people that transmit the hadith, the same people that transmit the Quran, they transmit.
Are you a hockey fan?
Not really. I used to play hockey, but I hate watching hockey. It's just fucking boring. I don't like watching most sports. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. How are all my companion animals doing? They're all doing good. Dodo donated $2. 3.5 years ago, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. If you haven't noticed, no one is saying that now, Joe Biden. That's a pretty dope quote. Well, China's a fucking shithole country, and it's run by a fucking retard, so what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, dude. Now you have, so Texas vegan donated $2. Now you have a reason to go to Mexico. Vegan places everywhere. Low, go VG now.
These are the best vegan tacos in all of Tulum. Pero no come pero literally translates to dog doesn't eat dog. Weird name, but either way, they have the best vegan tacos we tried in Tulum, and the price is lower than any other vegan-friendly spot we visited here. Yes, you will be eating your food on the street, but honestly, it gives you so many great opportunities to meet people and make new friends. So next time you're in Tulum, I highly recommend trying this vegan food truck.
That's pretty cool.
Hey guys, we're at the vegan street food taco shop. Everything vegan. And you can choose which sauce you put inside. He's making my torta. Best vegan tacos. I don't know. So good. That's my torta.
Taco stand in Mexico City is fully vegan. This was some of the best meat I have ever had. We are here at Gatorta and they make street tacos, desserts, and even more right here on the side of the road. These are all veganized versions of classic street food. Tacos are 25 pesos each and they're so good. So if you are plant-based in any way, you need to go here when you are in Mexico City. We travel and live in our van and love eating vegan food. Thanks for watching. Taco stand in Mexico City.
I want to eat that. Thanks for the donation, though, Texas Vegan.
If you had to choose one, who do you think has a tighter dick hole? Hello good or vegan runner in chat?
I would guess Hallow Good because he seems like somebody who has trouble urinating. Thanks for the donation, faggoty, faggot, esport.
To Ibn Masud, they transmit it through the companions in at least 3 of the 7 chains that are well known. So there's no difference among the companions as to the number of surahs in the Quran. Please don't bring me something that Arthur Jeffrey randomly translated that no academic life accepts. And by academic here, we refer to the Muslims who transmitted the Quran because they would count it letter by letter, line by line, psychometry. So we actually have.
How are you feeling? Anything new to watch from our favorite anti-Semite?
I don't believe so. I'm fucking tired right now. I should actually probably go to bed soon. I don't have to train tomorrow, so I'll probably do a afternoon stream and just stream for a long time, so start around 12 to 2 p.m. But yeah, it doesn't look like Frank uploaded anything new, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation though, Sam.
Have a way that we can mathematically know how many ayat were written in manuscripts. It isn't done randomly. So I'm not going to be like Sam and pretend to know what the Quran says. There is consensus that the Muslims never took the Bible as scripture. How do we know that? Because Allah commands us in Surah Baqarah to testify and believe in the scriptures that He has revealed. And when we find this in the Quran, we find no companion saying that it is required as a Muslim to believe in the Bible as it exists today. There is no such compulsion, whereas we are compelled to believe that the revelations were given to prophets in the past. When He mentions Jesus in the Quran, Jesus affirms the revelation revealed to Him. This is what Allah mentions in the Quran. He does not testify to a book that came after Him, which is what Sam believes in. And let's be clear here. We have Qaf 47, Sunnah, top copy, Surah Medina 1a. We have so many manuscripts of the Quran within the first 100 years of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that complete the Quran. This is complete in distinction to the Bible, where you don't have anything even similar to it. You have no 2nd century manuscripts, no 3rd century manuscripts. How do we know this? Elijah Hickson, textual critic, he dates manuscripts. There's an entire institute at the University of Munster that determines the papyri and the manuscripts of the New Testament, and they don't determine that there's a single manuscript within the 2nd century. And when it comes to the 3rd century, as Sam has admitted, he believes that Codex Sinaiticus in the 4th century is full of errors, heresies, and lies. That's your most reliable manuscript. If your most reliable physically is filled with lies, don't pretend to tell me what the Quran says, because you simply don't know it. And I'll end with this. The God of the New Testament, you said, I don't think He's intelligent, or how do I say this, understand scripture. How did the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament forget His name? In Exodus 3:14, in the Greek Septuagint, the name that He's supposed to give is Ho-on, meaning the being. Jesus in the New Testament gives the wrong phrase, ego eimi. He misquotes His own sacred name that generation for generation must remain. It's ridiculous. Titus 3:9, God has to tell you that don't debate about genealogies because they lead to foolish arguments. 2 of your Gospels use genealogies as a basis to determine the messianic place of Christ. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Address the questions and the claims and the manuscripts. Don't bring me random things that you don't understand.
Yeah, so I mean, there's
20 seconds.
One of the things about the Quranic manuscripts, it seems like Sam only knows about the Birmingham manuscript. There are many manuscripts. If you paid attention when Ijaz was speaking in the opening, he listed the different codices, the different manuscripts. All of those together are the Quran that we read today. It's not just contained to one manuscript.
All right, so what I'll do is, do you guys want to do the open dialogue, or do you guys want to move on to the third one?
Yeah, if it doesn't go into like a free for all.
Okay, so this is how we're going to do it, guys. 5 minutes on the clock. I will go ahead and kick it off with whoever wants to ask first question. Let's say, for example, okay, who wants to ask it, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dan, when you ask your question, you can direct it either to Sam or Jay. Once they answer the question, now they get to go ahead and direct the question back to a member of it, whether it be you or to Ijaz. So, and then you got to answer the question, and then you get the ability to ask a counter question back after you answer it. Okay, fair enough? That way, we're able to keep this thing moving. Everyone's able to be involved and get their questions asked and answered, and we can still have open dialogue here to some degree. I'll turn it over to you, Dan. We got 5 minutes on the clock, guys. Let's be strict on the time. Go ahead, please.
Okay, can you either of you explain to me how many Western scholars of the Bible believe that the Old Testament can be traced back to Moses versus how many believe that the Quran can be traced to the life of the Prophet Muhammad?
You want me to answer that, Jay?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I have one better for you than Western scholars. I have your prophet. So I keep appealing to your prophet. So if Western scholars are right, then join me in saying Muhammad is an antichrist, a false prophet. I appeal to your prophet, you appeal to Western scholars. And it depends on which Western scholars you want to appeal to, because not all Western scholars believe the same thing and hold the same presuppositions. But I can also appeal to Western scholars. I don't think that your Quran, as you have it, is even from Uthman. It's actually from Abdul Malik from the 8th century. But I did you better. I went to Muhammad. Why do you have a problem with Muhammad? Why are you ashamed of Muhammad? He's your prophet, right? Your prophet tells me that the scriptures that Jesus had, that Torah is the uncorrupt revelation of God, perfectly preserved, and Jesus confirmed it. And since you believe the Torah was given to Moses, your prophet did it for me. So if you give me 99% of Western scholarship, then either your
Moo Moo Farm donatillers, many moos for you cutie gains. Wow. Oh my god. That cow's eating an orange. That's a nice cow. Oh, cow's being rescued. Oh my goodness, there goes the cow. I wonder what that cow's thinking. Like, oh my god, Sky Cow. It's a nice cow. It's a good moo-moo.
So sweet.
I love cows. Cows are awesome, dude.
Around 10 a.m., the Norfolk Police Division responded to a call of a man driving eastbound on 275 with a Watusi bull in his passenger seat.
The officers received a call reference a car driving into town that had a cow in it. They thought that it was going to be, like a calf, something smaller, something that actually fit inside the vehicle.
And the vehicle was big enough. Well, technically.
As a result, the officer performed a traffic stop and animal back home.
What a fucking idiot.
Their friendship really started when we got our steer Bruno his first big ball.
Wow.
Go get The moment we brought the ball out for him
my
the first
goodness.
time, our dog Tilly immediately joined in.
Cow likes playing with ball.
Since then, their friendship has really blossomed. Tilly loves to chase and play with all the other animals. But Bruno is the only one that will chase her back. Bruno is a carrier for a virus called BVD, which means he can't be around other cows because he could potentially spread it. He does have goats and horses around to keep him company, but none of them are up to play with him like Tilly is. You can tell Bruno gets excited when Tilly comes to spend time with him. He'll even share his food with her.
He has a friend.
I really didn't expect to see so much personality from an animal like Bruno.
That's a good cow. Thanks for that donation, Moo Moo Farm.
Your prophet is wrong, and admit he is, and I agree is, but for other reasons, right? Or the scholars are wrong. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Why do you keep doing jihad against your prophet? Fi sabilillah. You should be agreeing with him. No.
Yeah, this is a false dilemma because we have the physical manuscripts of the Quran.
Well, hold
This is
on.
not something-
Ijaz, so now Sam gets to answer that. Ask a question back in return. Let's put 20 seconds on the clock real quick. Go ahead, Sam. Ask a question and then they get to answer your question and respond to you.
Okay. Now, you guys have been strawmanning the arguments I've been presenting, so now I'm going to ask both of you. Give me the date of the oldest extant Mus'haf that has all 114 chapters, the oldest copy that has 114 chapters, and point out to two Quranic manuscripts that are 100% identical. Go ahead.
So we address the question by saying there is not one manuscript. There are several that date to within the lifetime of the Prophet, peace be upon him. You can go to Ijaz's opening statement. He lists them. You didn't pay attention to what he said,
so he's dodging the question again.
You're asking the same question over and over again. The answer to how many Western scholars think that the Pentateuch or the Old Testament goes back to Moses is zero. Zero Western scholars. How many Western scholars of the Bible, think that the New Testament goes to the time of Jesus?
Yeah, so he's just dodging.
Attacks about throwing things in the trash, whatever. So obviously he's going to respond that way.
Well, I read his quote.
Stop whining,
let's
Ijaz.
How is that an attack to the quote?
It doesn't matter to my position what Sam's view of code.
Let's just move on to the third topic, guys. All right, so the third topic here, guys, is going to be morality. Bible versus Quran on human rights, which you guys can go ahead and talk about this a bit because I see that there's some personal differences. Who wants to take this one first? Team Christianity or Team Islam?
They can go first.
Team Islam wants to go first on this one? Okay.
No, they can go first.
Oh, Team Christianity. You guys okay with going first? Jay?
Yeah, I would say that if we think about this idea, the transition from the previous topic to the next topic, this idea that...
real quick, Jay. We're going to put 4 minutes on the clock so that you can go so that we don't...
5 minutes. He either gets 5 minutes, right? Not 4.
No, it's 4 because now we're on the new topic 3. It's per round.
Yeah, so the opening statement, right?
Yeah, the openings are 5, aren't they?
No, it's opening statement from the very beginning, and then once we get into the debate rounds, it's 4. If you guys want, if this is a topic that you guys want to expand on more, we can go ahead and give you guys 5 minutes. But we do it 4 minutes for all the rounds. But if you guys want 5 minutes for this particular topic, that's fine.
That's fine. Whatever's fine. I don't know.
Just 5 minutes. We need 5 minutes for our opening.
That's fine. Well, you know what? For this whole round, this is the last one, we'll go 5 minutes for each round, 3 times. No problem.
Elias Stoney Teller, some of the comments are funny as hell. Diabetes, Buns and Roses, Rage Against the Cardio Machine, Lincoln Court, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Obesity. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
So, Jay, I got 5 minutes on the clock for you. Whenever you're ready, we'll turn the clock.
Yeah, I'll go 1 or 2, and then I'll pass it over to Sam because I don't know what his arguments are going to be. But I would say that, if we think about this previous topic, it relates to the new topic, which is that there needs to be a consistency, a continuity between what was expected and what was later revealed or given. Now, in the Old Testament, we have a pretty consistent pattern, not of wrath or of anything extreme, but rather Jesus confirms in many places the morality of the Old Testament. For example, in Matthew 5, people think that the Beatitudes are contrary to the law. In fact, Leviticus says that you have to love your neighbor. Jesus says that you can't exact personal revenge, and that was actually part of the Old Testament law. So for us, Christ...
Some foreign music is odd.
That was pretty weird. Thanks for the donation, Boole.
This exposition of the Old Testament is a consistent, true exposition of what the Torah always meant. Jesus isn't contradicting it. In fact, he gave it. He's the one that fulfills it. When we get to the time of Islam, we have a totally different expectation. For example, many of these ceremonial ideas that are borrowed from Judaism and Christianity actually have no meaning and no significance. They're not clear as to why we do them. It's just what Allah wills. Well, in Christianity, there's a specific meaning for.
Peace be upon my abnormally tight dick hole. Amen.
Well, that's something you're probably going to have to go to the doctor for, so I don't think prayer will work. Thanks for the donation, though, the house husband.
Or things like an altar, things like cleansing, baptism, etc., washings. And when I debated Daniel, we talked about this issue of continuity, how God always had an altar, a temple, a priesthood. Islam has none of that. So there's no continuity there in terms of morality or in terms of the theology. Islam has a totally different set of standards that are completely arbitrary. Sam, I'll pass it over to you.
All right, yes. Now, remember why I had asked to do the previous debate before this one. Guys, remember, they failed miserably to show that their prophet did not confirm the scriptures. Any attack on the scriptures, again, proves that Muhammad is a false prophet, Antichrist. He is, but for other reasons. And Muhammad confirmed all the scriptures in circulation. He didn't make any difference between the variations or the versions. To him, they're all God's word. Now, with that said, that means Muhammad's morality must live up to the biblical morality. Otherwise, he is a false prophet. And so when we look at even the Torah, even though Jesus is a consummation, and we are told clearly in the Old Testament and in the teachings of Christ that God, in his love, condescended to the Israelites and allowed things he did not like. For example, if you go to 1 Samuel chapter 8, if you go to 1 Chronicles chapter 22, verse 8, 1 Chronicles 28, verse 3, and on it goes, and then the words of our Lord, Matthew 19, the Lord allowed and tolerated things that he himself was not pleased with until Jesus came and perfected the revelation and took us to our standard. Muhammad devolves, and his ethics are even worse than that found in the Old Testament. And I can give you several examples. In Deuteronomy 24, verse 1 to 4, the true God, Moses, says that if I divorce a woman, she marries, and he divorces her, or he dies, I can't take her back. It's an abomination. What God says is an abomination, Muhammad's Allah says is muhallal. The only way you can take your spouse back. In chapter 2, verses 229 to 230 of the Quran, if Daniel makes the mistake of irrevocably divorcing his wife, she has to marry someone else. He has to have sex with her. And then if he divorces her, he can take her back, adding insult to injury. So the God of Moses says Muhammad's God stands condemned. Another aspect, Deuteronomy 21, 10 to 14, I like what we find in the Quran and the Sunnah, where Daniel's God says, if you're out in jihad,
Daniel's clearly getting nervous.
You can take women captive, even married one. You can.
This is going to be the most epic dodge coming up after he's done.
Then molest them, even though they won't call it rape, because by taking them captive, you've nullified their marriage, have sex with them and sell them off, they're your property. Whereas the God of Moses says in Deuteronomy 21, 10 to 14, if you find a captive woman, you make her your wife, she's not married, you give her a month to mourn, shave her head, and you give her the full status of a wife, an Israelite wife, and if you divorce her, she's free, you don't sell her. So even though the Old Testament is the ideal standard, even the Old Testament condemns the Quran and the Sunnah as being barbaric and draconian, beneath even the standard of the Old Testament, which does not live up to the standard of Jesus Christ. And any attack in the Bible, they again prove Muhammad is a fraud. And I hope you attack the Bible, because Muhammad is a fraud, but for other reasons. Glory to Christ.
45 seconds to go.
All right, well, yeah, so keep that in mind. As Jay said, the Old Testament is fulfilled in Christ. Jesus perfects the Old Testament. Muhammad perverts the Old Testament, let alone the New Testament, so that he doesn't even live up to the standard of the Old Testament, which is an ideal. Jesus is a standard.
30.
And when you compare Muhammad to Jesus, he's beneath the feet of Christ. But
you still got 25. Still good?
Okay, because all right. So any attack, I'm warning you guys, keep attacking the Old Testament, make my day, because your prophet confirmed that Old Testament in his possession, make my day. And to answer the question, why didn't canonize it? Because your Quran says the Torah is for the Jews, the Gospel is for the Christians, the Quran is for you, but all of you follow it, because in it is guidance and light. It's very simple. Your Quran refutes you, Daniel. Do a better job studying your Quran.
Time. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. The topic again is morality, Quran versus the Bible on human rights. This is round 1 of topic 3, and this is going to be team.
Our opening statement. We haven't done the opening.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So five minutes on the clock. Don't worry.
All right. Should I start?
Yeah. 5 minutes for everybody on each round of this. This is the last one.
Okay. Christians often attack the morality of Islam. They say Muhammad, peace be upon him, taught war and taught misogyny, but Jesus teaches love and peace. They say Muhammad ﷺ promoted child marriage, whereas Jesus believes women should only be married when they reach 18. But this Christian perspective is contradicted by the Bible. The Bible promotes far more war, killing, and misogyny than anything in the Quran.
So I'm assuming he's going to bring up the Canaanite slaughter, and he's probably going to say Mary was married to like an 800-year-old man or some stupid shit like that.
Or the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Let's go through a list. The Bible says in Leviticus chapter 20 to execute a woman who engages in adultery.
All the snacky smirks coming from the Muslim side. I can just see the ad hominems brewing.
Yep, that's all they're going to do. Thanks for the donation, Bool, Gidol.
Christians will say, oh, this is the old covenant. It's no longer applicable. Fine, that may be true, but it doesn't change the fact that God commanded executing adulterers at one point in history. And God, according to the Trinity, is also Jesus. So Jesus commanded the Israelites to kill adulterers. Does that sound very peaceful? Later in Leviticus, Jesus says homosexuals should be executed. If a father sleeps with his daughter-in-law, they should both be executed. Here's a brief list of sins that Jesus requires you to be executed for according to the Old Testament. Engaging in idolatry, breaking the Sabbath. So if an Israelite 3,000 years ago accidentally did some work on Saturday to break the Sabbath, Jesus wanted that Israelite to be executed. A son striking his parents deserved death, or even if he curses his parents, Jesus say kill him. A sorceress, Jesus say kill him. A blasphemer, Jesus says kill him. A brother, son, daughter, wife, or friend who entices you to worship other gods, as says in Deuteronomy 13, Jesus says.
I'm just curious. What is your opinion on this? Is it useful? Or is it stupid as fuck?
This is one of my favorite deadlifts for 7 reasons, but one of the main benefits is it's safer on the spine and low back since it's
It is not safer.
Directly under the center of mass rather than in front of it. So it's similar to...
It is not directly on the center of mass.
A trap bar, but you can...
He's literally bending over.
Take a wider squat stance.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just use a trap bar. Joel Seedman's just a fucktard. Don't ever listen to anything Joel Seedman says, dude. Thanks for the donation, Kai or Key or whatever.
Says, stone them to death and have no pity on them. So Jesus is pro-death penalty for a lot of things. To be fair, Islam also has the death penalty for adultery, sorcery, and blasphemy. But if we're judging who is more pro-death penalty, Jesus or Muhammad, Jesus wins hands down, according to the Bible. Jesus is also pro-genocide. In Deuteronomy 20, Jesus commands Moses to attack the Canaanites and other peoples and, quote, leave nothing alive that...
I knew it. He was going to mention the Canaanite slaughter.
Breathes. In Deuteronomy chapter 2, Moses requested safe passage for the wandering Hebrew people from Sihon, king of Heshbon, but the king refused. Jesus then commands his followers to conquer and possess Sihon's lands. As Moses says, quote, the Lord our God, meaning Jesus, delivered him before us, and we smote him and his sons and all his people, and we took all his cities at that time and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones of every city. We left none to remain. Now, to be fair, Muhammad, peace be upon him, also commands war in some contexts, but the difference is Muhammad, peace be upon him, doesn't command Muslims to kill.
He commands war in some contexts, like you mean when he wants money.
Women, children, and babies. He says the opposite.
No, he killed women, children, and babies.
He says to spare women and children, but Jesus, according to the Bible,
he did not spare women and children.
Not so merciful. Then we go to slavery.
So you can just read Quranic texts. Prophet Muhammad will say, kill anybody who has pubic hair. You can be a child and have pubic hair.
Old and New Testament both endorse slavery, including taking girls as slaves for potential brides. Numbers 31 says, chapter 31 says, Moses said to them, have you let all the women live? Now kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. End quote. Again, Islam also endorses slavery and concubinage, but the difference is that in the Bible, Jesus says you can sell your own daughter into slavery. Exodus chapter 21, verse 7, Jesus says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years as the men are.
Only fuckwit thick hoes donate to our show. How much symbolism do you think they hide in plain sight? Richard, surely this isn't a coincidence, right?
This is one of the most offensive magazine covers to date.
What is that? What is offensive about this?
This is one of the most offensive magazine covers to date.
Brewing controversy over Vogue magazine's cover.
In April of 2008, Vogue magazine featured its first ever black man on its cover, basketball star LeBron James. In his arms is supermodel Gisele Bündchen. Now the supposed concept was to juxtapose the strength of an athlete against the genteel frame of a model. They had LeBron dribbling the ball, show his game face, whilst Gisele, well, she looks like she's skipping in a field somewhere. Can you see the problem with the image? How about now? There's no way this
is literally retarded.
1917 wall poster wasn't the reference for this shoot. Compare the facial expressions, arrangement of the poses, LeBron wearing all black. I mean, Gisele's even wearing the same color and style dress as the poster.
Well, some people are just beyond help. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Unlike Jesus, Islam doesn't allow parents to sell their little girls into slavery. Finally, on the topic of age of marriage, nowhere in the Bible does Jesus specify a minimum age for marriage. Jesus had no problem with child marriage, and if he did, he never told anyone, even though it was a common practice in his time in the Old Testament times. Furthermore, many church authorities endorse child marriage. For example, St. Augustine himself was set to marry a 10-year-old when he was 31 before he became a priest. Thomas Aquinas says that sex depends on maturity, which he says happens at 12 years, was betrothed. If you want to attack us, note that I'm not condemning consistency among many Christians. Thank you.
All right. Okay. so what I'll do real quick.
I want a brief response there.
Sorry,
First
did you have time left? Sorry, did you have time left?
That's the rest of the time. What I'll do is, okay, so Mo, Bills, can we have the chats ready? I'm going to let them go another round, and I'll read the chat after this, because obviously I know that they want to really respond to this. Yeah, pull the chats up on the side, and we'll have it. So don't worry, I was going to read the chats, but I know that you guys really want to respond, so I'm going to have, Jay, you want to go first, right? Okay. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. I'll read chats after they finish both rounds of this. We're at round 2 of the Bible versus the Quran. 5 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, Jay, take it away.
Yeah, so the first thing I would say that you'll notice the double standard again, because Daniel tried to argue quite a bit for continuity there. But you'll notice that earlier we had heard the Bible was corrupted, but now all of these verses from the Old Testament somehow match up to a kind of continuity with Islam. But wait a minute, I thought all the Old Testament, Jesus, all this was corrupted. It's only corrupted when it doesn't suit their purpose or their argumentation. That's a double standard. Next, I would say that even in the Old Testament rabbinic tradition, Jews did not always act upon these penalties. Many of these penalties that were listed were about ritual impurity. Not all of them, but many of them were. And ritual impurity does carry over into the New Testament when, in our view, what happens is that not so much the state, although Christian states have at times enacted some things like death penalty for the things that were listed. It's ritual impurity in terms of coming to the liturgy. So in the Orthodox and in the Catholic Church, we both share this position. You do confess your sins before you come to the Eucharist. That's because if you have committed these sins, you are ritually and in a sense morally, because the ritual refers to the moral, you're morally impure. And so that's the purpose of confession. So many of these things do carry over, just not in the way that they assume. And I would say that that's a much better notion of continuity. I'll let you go ahead, Sam.
Have you ever visited the US? Would you ever move here?
I have. Not so sure if I'd ever move there. If I ever became very wealthy, I might, but it's just more expensive to live there because of like healthcare. So, and the tax system also wouldn't benefit me. So yeah, if I ever ended up making a lot more money, I might consider trying to get a U.S. citizenship or something. My best friend does live down there, so maybe, but I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Yeah, I want to thank Daniel for proving that Jesus is his God, Allah. Why? Because according to the Quran, in chapter 5, verse 20 to 26, it was his Allah that ordered Moses and the Israelites to enter Canaan and wipe it out. Chapter 5, verse 20, 26. Also, it was his Allah that ordered Saul, which the Quran erroneously calls Talut, because he fought Jalut. And again, I want him to justify Talut as a form of Saul. In chapter...
Okay, there you go. So... while simultaneously saying the Bible is immoral, he's also admitting the God of the Bible is Allah. Jesus, what an idiot. That is some dumb shit.
This clip was played tonight at the DNC while millions of people were watching LOL.
His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law, that no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers. He sexually abuses women.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable, time and time again.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Donald Trump, guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a president who has spent her life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump. He tried overturning Georgia's free and fair election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
He's tried to escape any responsibility for instigating the January 6th attack on our Capitol.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
And if elected, Trump has promised to overturn laws that would keep him accountable and exact retribution on anyone he considers an enemy, even warning of a bloodbath if he doesn't get his way. So we, the people, have a chance to render...
Yeah, that's a good campaign message.
I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parents' child?
Yep. If only more people would see stuff like that, because, you know, conservatives, especially Trump supporters, they're all in a tiny fucking bubble, and they never see these messages. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
It's funny how both sides seem obsessed with Jews and Jews don't even regard them.
Yes, it all comes back to the Jews. Thanks for the donation, Penne Grande. Only fuckwit thick hose donate $2. Finish the video, Richard. It wasn't done. They use the Vogue logo as devil horns on his head.
This is one of the most offensive LeBron probably wasn't aware of the reference poster. But what's Charles Barkley's excuse? Poster. Then there's placement of the Vogue logo above LeBron's head.
That is just retarded.
It's Barkley's excuse.
This is just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude. Religion of Peas donate $2. Think you might enjoy this, sir. Hell yeah. Now that's what I like to see. That was good. Well, that's gay dudes kissing. Fuck yeah. Why are, like, so many fucking Israeli women smoking hot? I approve. I approve. Thanks for the donation, Religion of Peace.
Chapter 2, verse 246 to 251, where it was his Allah, whom he said was Jesus. So he just admitted Jesus as Allah, Muhammad's God and judge. In chapter 2, verse 246 to 251, who ordered Saul on these expeditions, and there's not a word of condemnation by his prophet, saying that what Saul did to the livestock and children was an abomination to Allah. That means he's better than his God and his prophet. And again, I want to thank Daniel for proving that Jesus is Allah, his God, because in Sahih Bukhari, volume 4, number 353, ask me to read it because I don't want to eat up my time. There, in an authentic narration, his prophet refers to a prophet who went in an expedition jihad, and the sun stood still, and his prophet narrates the injunctions of Deuteronomy chapter 20, and also alludes to Joshua chapter 7:10. So that means Jesus is Allah, his God, Muhammad's judge, because according to your prophet, your God sanctioned these marriages. These wars. So that means you're better than your God. Now, ironically, he quoted Exodus 21:7, but as he's been doing all night, all day and all night, he didn't quote the entire context. Because if you read the context, the reason why she couldn't be let out is because a woman that time can't be let go to be on her own. She has to be under the protection of the master or her father. But then the text says that she's to be married, not raped, like what Muhammad did in chapter 4, verse 24 in the Sunnah, when they took married captives and raped them and sold them. Exodus 21:7-11 says he's to marry her, or her son marries her. And if he cannot be fair with her, she is to be divorced and let go. So conveniently, he doesn't show that this context, again, condemns Muhammad and his morality. And ironically, he mentions about the age of marriage. Well, in the Talmud, because Muhammad quotes the Talmud, and I'll show you where, even his prophet said that according to the Torah, he confused the Talmud with the Torah, a woman has to be past the age of 12 and show signs of maturity. And he called that injunction in the Talmud, the Torah. But that means even by that standard, his prophet is condemned to hell, because at the age of 54, he slept with a 9-year-old minor and sanctioned pedophilia, because there is no limit or age in Islamic Sharia, according to his scholars, that would say a woman has to be yay high or this age in order for a man to mount her. And in the same Talmud, it says you're not to give a girl who's mature enough for marriage to an old man. And Muhammad was 54 years old. You don't get any older than that. He was old enough to be her great-granddaddy. So I'm glad you're appealing to the Jewish Christian sources, because these very sources say your prophet is a false prophet and Antichrist under the feet of Jesus. How much time I have?
20 seconds.
Okay, so, yeah, ironically, you mentioned it. Let me show you where it says in the Talmud, right here, where it says that you cannot give a young girl mature enough for marriage, which is past the age of
What the fuck is Daniel doing?
12 to an old man. Here, let me read. This verse is referring to one who marries his daughter to an old man.
That's time.
Time's up.
That's time.
And I know you want it to be up.
Okay.
Physically up.
All right, so
I'm just showing a picture of Mario.
Sweet sentient Joey's last video went slightly viral because people love that cat.
Well, Joey is very sentient and very handsome, so I can understand why.
Thanks for the donation, the now. Appreciate it.
Here because he's a famous plumber and he's with his princess, so I think that has significance. Plumber is for Sam.
Can I just ask you a question, Daniel?
All right, well, that's basically it for the debate. They basically just lied and filibustered and contradicted themselves the whole time. All right, it is late, so I am going to get to bed, but I will be streaming in the afternoon tomorrow, and we'll probably do a long, continuous stream, like 8 hours or something like that. So, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.